Fire the Cops, by Christian Williams. Introduction. Our Enemies in Blue, a short retrospective. I have been writing about the police for most of my adult life. My interest in the subject is not what is called academic, meaning dispassionate, disinterested, abstract, removed. To adopt such an attitude toward injustice is almost the definition of cynicism, for it assumes that one cannot be invested and also be honest. It suggests that no one who cares about freedom or equality can possibly be trusted, though how one might trust people who do not care about such things remains something of a mystery. So let me say, at the outset, that I am not impartial or indifferent. I am a partisan in this fight, and my thinking with regards to the police grows directly out of my experience with them. Active resistance. I don't know how many people can look back on their lives and see a single, defining turning point, a moment where their lives were irreversibly put on one track instead of another, or rather, on one track rather than any other. A moment in which only one course of action became possible, and all others were excluded. That moment came for me in 1996, in Chicago. The Democratic National Convention was being held there for the first time since the disaster of 1968, when police were shown on live television viciously beating protesters, reporters, bystanders, anyone within a baton's reach. Demonstrations were inevitable and, in my thinking, largely pointless. What was more interesting was an invitation I had received months earlier to attend Active Resistance, an anarchist counter-convention with workshops, discussion groups, a radical bus tour, and seminars on understanding the economy, the media, and so on. I was just out of college, volunteering with 223, the anarchist bookshop in Portland, Oregon, cooking for food not bombs, and petitioning for a ballot initiative to raise the minimum wage. But I was beginning to wonder about how such activities were supposed to add up to a movement, much less a revolution. I didn't realize it, but I was searching for some direction, some purpose. And I found it at the hands of the Chicago police. Near the end of the conference, some of the participants of Active Resistance had organized a march to go, not toward the DNC, appealing to the delegates, but into the Wicker Park neighborhood, directly addressing the public. The idea was to communicate both the fact that resistance to capitalism already existed and to symbolically represent something of our vision for a better world. Dubbed the Festival of the Oppressed, the march prominently featured giant puppets and drums. Really, it was just an innocent little neighborhood parade, albeit one with an anarchist message. The police attacked. They charged with horses, moved in with clubs. They pulled people off the streets and threw them into paddy wagons. Later that night, they raided one of the Active Resistance meeting spaces, freely spraying mace, hitting people with batons, and knocking them to the floor. I was, I think, the first casualty. I had been standing in the street, waiting for the parade to move, when a nearby cop lost control of his horse. The horse skipped sideways a few steps, knocking me over and crushing my foot. The cops looked on, unmoved, and one of the demonstration organizers scooped me up and carried me to the relative safety of the sidewalk. There was a short discussion about what to do with me. I couldn't walk, and I needed to go to the emergency room. So when a van of hippies stopped and offered me a ride, I gladly accepted. I got into the van, along with Missy, my girlfriend at the time. The hippies, 2 men and a woman, were members of the anti-nuclear Shunda High network. They were in Chicago as part of a nationwide tour to raise awareness about the despoiling of Shoshone land. Behind the van they towed a mock radioactive waste cask. The van crawled along at the rear of the parade, and our hosts gave me some ice for my foot. I was nearly delirious from pain, and I didn't quite realize what was happening when a traffic cop stepped in front of the van and waved us over to the curb. As soon as we were stopped, the van was surrounded by police. They opened the sliding door and immediately struck me on the shins with a nightstick. They grabbed me by the shoulders and hair, and threw me to the pavement. The others were also pulled out, and lined up by a wall nearby. Eventually 2 cops grabbed me under the arms and half walked, half dragged me to a paddy wagon. One of them told me, with a serious voice, that I scream like a girl. And one cop, Michael Shemash, set me down in the paddy wagon, and then proceeded to stomp repeatedly on my injured foot. By the time we got to the station I was blacking out from pain. After booking, they separated me from the others, putting me in a tiny interview room with a bench and a desk. Soon the room was filled with cops, asking me questions. They said they needed to complete a form before I could be transferred to a hospital, but their inquiries quickly moved away from name/address/birth date, toward questions about who organized the conference, and whether there were any drugs in the van. I stopped talking, and eventually the cops left me alone. I lay down on the bench and passed out. I spent that night shivering in a jail cell, hardly sleeping. For the following year, I repeatedly traveled back and forth, to and from Chicago, meeting with lawyers, sitting in court, fighting the charges, disorderly conduct, obstructing a peace officer, and battery. The others in the van faced similar accusations. When we finally made it to trial, the cops' story was a mess. They contradicted each other repeatedly, and some of them even contradicted themselves. One officer testified that I was, simultaneously, in the passenger seat by the driver and in the back of the van by the rear door. In the end, we were acquitted of all charges. We learned later that the judge had himself been a cop during the 1968 Democratic Convention. Lawsuits followed. Those of us from the van incident sued over our treatment, and in 1999 reached a settlement. Meanwhile, the organizers of active resistance sued over the surveillance that was evident throughout the conference and the raid at the end. The cops had been under what is called a consent decree since the early 80s. Based on their violations of constitutional rights in the 70s, they had been sued and reached an agreement limiting their intelligence operations. Similar measures were put in place in cities throughout the country, part of the society-wide house cleaning after Watergate. In Chicago, the cops had violated that agreement repeatedly, and Richard Gutman, a movement lawyer, had made his career suing to enforce the rules with varying degrees of success. He took on the active resistance case, and, at the same time, the city of Chicago petitioned to have the consent decree lifted altogether. They argued that such abuses were a relic of Cold War hysteria, so the restrictions were no longer necessary. At the same time, and with no shame at the contradiction, they also argued that in the new context of counterterrorism, the restrictions were an impediment to necessary police work. In early 2001, the court sided with the city. One soon, consent decrees were being scrapped across the country, showing that the present period of repression, though clearly intensified by the events of September 11, actually began a bit earlier. After Chicago. The incident in Chicago set the course of my life in several ways. Most obviously, it had the effect of concentrating my attention on the cops, and on their political function in particular. I had been looking for political work, and the Chicago police literally kicked me into action. When I returned to Portland, I immediately joined Portland Copewatch. I spent a lot of the next year speaking publicly about my case and raising the money for travel and legal costs. At the same time, with Portland Copewatch, I learned how to navigate Portland's civilian review process and help people file complaints. I observed and videotaped cops at demonstrations. I testified before City Council about policy changes. I wrote for and helped edit the newsletter The People's Police Report. I did support work for people resisting a grand jury investigating the Earth Liberation Front, and for anarchists in Portland and Eugene caught up in an early phase of what would later be called the Green Scare. In 1999, several members of Copewatch joined an affinity group to collect evidence of police violence at the WDO protests in Seattle, interviewing witnesses, photographing injuries, and collecting rubber bullets. The following year, I helped draft a ballot initiative to overhaul Portland's review board. As I did that work, I inevitably ran up against questions about what the cops did and why. A lot of police work seemed irrational, pointless, and even self-defeating. They used force where it wasn't necessary, provoked otherwise harmless crowds, prioritized low-level offenses, spied on irrelevant peace groups, treated black people as inherently suspicious, and regularly violated the law without penalty. The level of analysis on the left was sadly lacking, rarely looking far beyond the racist attitudes of individual officers, mechanistic models of capitalist control, monolithic, and sometimes almost mythological, treatments of the state, and name-calling in lieu of explanation. Annoyed and disappointed, I started reading the professional literature, which was hardly better, though naturally the biases all ran the other direction. I then turned more to history and sociology, still reading critically and, as often as not, against the grain of the discipline. Slowly, I started publishing some of the things that I learned, beginning with studies of police crowd control strategies. Point 2. So when the court threw out the Chicago consent decree, I approached Gutman with an offer. He had told me that he had once won possession of the entire Chicago Police Red Squad files, covering most of the 20th century. I proposed we use the files to write a book, and he agreed. That project never got off the ground, but one of the editors we pitched it to, Nick Mumtaz at Soft Skull Press, suggested I write a more general overview of the police instead. That idea became Our Enemies in Blue. Our Enemies in Blue. I started work on Our Enemies in Blue in the year 2000, and it went to print in 2004. As I worked on the book full-time during those years, I lived primarily on the money I won from the Chicago lawsuit. I considered a note in the acknowledgments to thank the Chicago police for their grant to support my research, but I was afraid people wouldn't see the joke. I started, for fairly obvious reasons, by writing the chapter on police intelligence operations. I finished that, and put it on the shelf in August 2001. The events of the following month meant that I would have to expand it considerably. That was my first setback. Then, about a year after starting the book, Nick left Soft Skull. A whole series of new editors followed, each less interested than the last. The book came out a year late, and the final version didn't even include many of the corrections I had made to the galleys. A couple years later, when Soft Skull let it go out of print right before I went on tour for my second book, American Methods, Torture and the Logic of Domination, I was happy to offer the title to South End, who had done a good job with American Methods. The second edition of Enemies came out in 2007 and, I'm glad to say, included my corrections. Our Enemies in Blue has always received a mixed reception. The Amazon.com reviews are all at one extreme or another, love it or loathe it. Publishers Weekly was not so ambivalent, beginning its evaluation, sweeping generalizations and little nuance. 3. I have been surprised at the welcome I've received when I have met radical criminologists, especially since other professors told me that they liked the book but could never teach it because of the title. That's frustrating, but had I chosen a more polite title, The Police, A Critical History, or whatever, I doubt that the book would get the same interest from Latino teenagers, ex-Panthers, or anti-racist skinheads, not to mention the anarchists who did so much to shape my thinking on these issues in the first place. The title has been criticized repeatedly as indicating bias, but that's only true if you take it as the book's premise. If you understand it as a conclusion, then you have to engage the arguments and evaluate accordingly. The book's main argument, which I follow and extend in this collection, is that the primary function of the police is not law enforcement or public safety, but the preservation of existing inequality. So, if you want to understand what the cops do, you're better off looking, not at the law, but at the distribution of power in our society. In other words, the cops' actions often make very little sense in terms of crime, but they make a lot of sense in terms of politics. In Our Enemies in Blue, I build that case by recounting the history of policing in the United States, from colonial times to present. I talk about the use of the police to maintain white supremacy, from enforcing slave codes, to attacking the civil rights movement, to racial profiling. I detail the cops' defense of capitalism and their preservation of the class system, both their attacks against the labor movement and, more generally, the persecution of the poor and the homeless. And I discuss the history of police spying, and the evolution of riot control, and how the unionization process has changed the police institution itself. Much of that history is heretical, if not exactly novel. None of it was really hidden, though it has largely been excluded from histories of policing. The few real insights I was able to muster came largely as the result of reading across the specialized fields. The slave patrols, for example, are almost entirely absent from histories of policing, but they're clearly present in histories of slavery. And it's the labor historians, not the police historians, who document the strike-breaking and union-busting. Too often those who study the police accept unquestioningly the institution's presentation of itself. To challenge that self-image, one must view the police from the outside, not only from outside the profession, but from outside the academic canon, outside the discipline of criminal justice. The major original contribution I think the book made was its argument that community policing and militarization represent, not opposing trends, but complementary aspects of a domestic counterinsurgency strategy. That insight also traces back to active resistance. When I asked one of the more experienced activists why the cops would care about our workshops and lectures, he gave me a copy of a pamphlet, The New State Repression, by Ken Lawrence. 4 Though Lawrence did not take up the issue of community policing per se, he did outline the counterinsurgency approach and argued that it was being implemented in the United States. His essay set me off reading some of the military literature, especially the work of the British General Frank Kitson. With this material in mind, as I looked at the changes in crowd control and the wholesale collection of intelligence, and then considered the interrelations between militarization and community policing, the counterinsurgency framework seemed like the best way to make sense of it. At the time, I was really uncertain about that argument. I strongly suspected it made me a crackpot. But, it's where the evidence led me, and I couldn't back away from the conclusion. Now, a decade later, it's become increasingly common in the military literature to discuss community policing in terms of counterinsurgency. 5 I have mixed feelings about the fact that the Rand Corporation theorists never cite my work. Of course, there were also mistakes, missteps, gaps, and absences. There is almost nothing in Enemies about prohibition, for instance, and I was entirely too dismissive of McCarthyism. It would have been good to discuss in some detail the emergence and decline of the 19th century station house soup kitchen, in many places the only public services available to the destitute. 6 And I really should have considered the multiple ways border policy has shaped policing. I think I was likely too sanguine about the Community Restorative Justice Project in Northern Ireland, given its sectarian uses and, later, Sinn Féin's compromise with the reconstituted Royal Ulster Constabulary. Then, there's the fact that the police have continued to change over the course of the last decade. Most of that change has been predictable and predictably bad: more surveillance, more militarization, increased scrutiny of Muslims and immigrants. But there have also been a few surprises, such as the cops' erratic support for the Wisconsin public employees strike. 7 In general, though, Our Enemies in Blue is a book I remain proud of. It is hard to measure the impact of such a thing, but I think the left's, or at least, the anarchist movement's analysis of policing has improved remarkably in the past 10 years. And as the critique grew sharper, the goals became more radical. Abolition holds a place on the political spectrum today in a way it really didn't when I started doing this work in the 90s. 8 I believe that is chiefly a knock-on effect to the growth of the prison abolition movement during that same time, represented most prominently by critical resistance. 9 But I like to think I've done my bit. Rose City Cope Watch. Naturally, that bit was not limited to writing and speaking on these issues. In 2003, in the midst of my work on Our Enemies in Blue, several of us left Portland Cope Watch to form a new organization, Rose City Cope Watch. We specifically wanted to take the work in a more abolitionist and more movement-building direction. We succeeded on the first point, but had very limited success on the second, especially as we remained an all-white group for nearly our entire history. During the 10 years of Rose City Cope Watch's existence, roughly 2003 to 2012, we did just about everything we could think of to embarrass, discredit, and delegitimize the police, and to shift power from the state to the community. We ran regular Cope Watch patrols, sometimes in conjunction with other groups, such as an immigrants' rights group and the Portland Community Liberation Front, a people of color-led group formed in response to the police shooting of an unarmed black man, James Jahar Perez. Point 10 We taught people how to Cope Watch, and offered public trainings explaining what one's rights are when dealing with the police. We offered leftist groups workshops on understanding and countering repression. We made posters featuring the photographs of killer cops, and we joined public campaigns to get particular cops fired. Perhaps most famously, we published a short pamphlet, Alternatives to Police, profiling several real-world efforts to resolve conflict and fight crime without state intervention. Point 11. It's not entirely clear what led to the demise of Rose City Cope Watch, but to some degree I think we were victims of our own success. When we started, we were denounced by the mayor, police chief, the media, and various liberals as dangerous anarchists. 12 By the time we folded, anarchists were denouncing us as tepid liberals. Our politics didn't change, which was maybe part of the problem. We had set out to shift the parameters of debate, and they shifted. We didn't shift with them, though, and we became increasingly irrelevant as a result. Point 13. Fire the Cops. This volume collects several pieces that I wrote in the decade following Our Enemies in Blue, coinciding almost exactly with the Rose City Cope Watch years. I revise and update some of my arguments from Enemies, and I do so largely based on my experiences with Cope Watch, and driven by the questions and the challenges posed by my comrades. Much of the reporting, therefore, is centered in the Pacific Northwest, and in Portland, Oregon in particular. Local events, however, often reflect general dynamics, and I think my observations and conclusions here have a broader application. I have also endeavored to apply my analysis of the police to conditions as they were unfolding, developments in police tactics and strategies, shifts in the balance of legitimacy between policing and resistance to policing, unexpected tensions within police departments and within the working class in the face of austerity, and the difficult choices faced by those advocating the abolition of policing. Part 1, The Violence of Policing, collects articles I wrote about police violence and the community response in particular at crisis points. Part 2, Cops and Class Conflict, considers the relationship between the police and workers' struggles, with special attention to the Wisconsin public employees' strike and the Occupy movement. Part 3, Repression and Counterinsurgency, brings in recent evidence to elaborate my theory about the relationship between militarization and community policing. The last section, Fighting Back, poses strategic questions and offers practical lessons, largely drawn from my organizing experience. In each case I have always tried to test my ideas against reality, rather than the other way around. I have no interest in preserving my theories, if my theories are wrong. I keep writing about the police, in part to extend, refine, and correct my earlier thinking, but also because society is never static. New questions continuously arise, both as new problems and as new opportunities. This book can be read as a supplement to Our Enemies in Blue. 14, or it can be read on its own, as a series of attempts to apply historical lessons to circumstances as they unfold. Either way, I hope, above all, that my reflections here can help inform future critique, and further struggle. Kristian Williams. Portland, Oregon. December 2013. Fire the Cops / Our Enemies in Blue Reader's Guide. Those interested in reading this volume alongside Our Enemies in Blue, or relating the one text to the other, can use the simple chart to find the relevant sections. For more specific topics, consult the 2 volumes indexes. Fire the Cops. Our Enemies in Blue. Part 1. The Violence of Policing. Chapter 1. Police Brutality in Theory and Practice. Chapter 4. Cops and Clan, Hand in Hand. Part 2. Cops and Class Conflict. Chapter 3. The Genesis of a Police Society. Chapter 5. The Natural Enemy of the Working Class. Chapter 6. Police Autonomy and Blue Power. Chapter 8. Riot Police or Police Riots. Part 3. Repression and Counterinsurgency. Chapter 7. Secret Police, Red Squads, and the Strategy of Permanent Repression. Chapter 9. Your Friendly Neighborhood Police State. Part 4. Fighting Back. Afterward. Making Police Obsolete. Part 1. The Violence of Policing. Will Portland Burn? 2004, 15. It's a typical story. A white cop killed an unarmed black man at a traffic stop. In the time since the incident, details have trickled through the news in a steady, depressing drizzle. The victim's name, and the officers. The victim's criminal record, previous complaints against the cop. Eyewitness accounts. A coroner's report. But the accumulation of detail doesn't always add clarity. Witnesses disagree, stories differ. It is not clear now, and may never be made clear, whether Officer Jason Siri and his partner, Sean McComber, pulled James Jahar Perez over, or whether they just followed him into the parking lot of the Lucky Day laundromat. We do not know whether they ordered him out of the vehicle, or told him to stay put. We do not know whether Perez attempted to comply with their commands, or whether he resisted arrest. But perhaps we know enough. On March 28, 2004, Portland police officer Jason Siri shot James Jahar Perez 3 times in the chest, killing him where he sat, and there was no weapon in Perez's car. For most of a month the city held its breath. The police chief begged the public for patience, the mayor pled for calm. Black preachers held prayerful rallies and sermonized on the legacy of Martin Luther King. All the while, there was one idea on everyone's mind, though the newspapers worked their way around the subject and kept a polite distance from the most fierce possibilities. For weeks the media studiously avoided the word riot. Detective Peter Simpson came close to breaking the taboo when he worried, what will people do if we go all the way through this and the officers are exonerated? How will they react? 16. To find the answer, I bypassed the official leadership and went to the scene of the crime. I visited the Lucky Day laundromat, where an extensive memorial blossomed a spontaneous display of sympathy, solidarity, anger, and grief. In the days following the shooting, I walked through the St. John's neighborhood, visiting nearby businesses, talking to area residents in their homes, on the sidewalks, in the parks. I talked to convenience store clerks and read graffiti. I sought out, as the Clash put it, the neighbors and the prophets in bars. 17. In George Park, a few yards from the site of the shooting, I asked a group of teenage boys what would happen if Siri wasn't prosecuted. They debated the possibilities. They're about to be a riot, bro. They're about to be a riot. I don't think it'd be as big as a riot. Yesterday I seen the little rally on the news and it seemed pretty peaceful. But I think, probably, man, it could get out of hand, though. But they don't want that, they really don't. I hear people talking that if they kill one of us, then we gonna kill 2 of them. People in the hood is pissed, man. If nothing happens, to this policeman, if nothing happen, bro, then everybody gonna get even madder, bro, cause this has happened and that's twice in a row they didn't do nothing, bro. So of course everybody gonna start getting mad, and everybody going to start throwing a riot. I swear to God, there gonna be a riot, bro. Watch. The boys, all black, were sitting on a jungle gym when I approached, some of them smoking cigarettes, hanging out in the park in the middle of the day school day. They were, on the whole, courteous, intelligent, and articulate. And they had almost no faith in the legal system. When I asked if they expected Siri to be convicted, they were almost disdainful of the question. One of them told me, he gonna get around it and get back on the job. Probably gonna take a while, but he gonna get back on the job. Nothing gonna happen to him. The sidewalk in front of the Lucky Day is full, near to overflowing. It is crowded with flowers, stuffed animals, candles and balloons, sympathy cards and hand-painted signs. Newspaper clippings are taped to the windows, and photos of Perez, smiling and holding his son. Messages, written with marker on poster board, say things like, J-Rock, you will always be loved and missed, and injustice for one is injustice for all. The memorial continues to grow, shifting as the candles burn out and the flowers wither. Then fresh bouquets are added and other candles are lit. New layers cover the old. And the entire tragic display rests awkwardly beside the convenience store ice machine, in front of ads for cigarettes and soft drinks, still visible through the windows. Grief hangs over this place like a thick fog. Stand here long enough and you will see tears, hear angry shouting, pleas for some reason why, calls for justice, recriminations, and efforts at forgiveness. Hope and hopelessness, sympathy and rage, separated by a moment, a breath, the second it takes to fire a gun. There's a sense of horror in how relentlessly ordinary the place is. A laundromat beside a convenience store. There must be 100 places just like this in Portland. A small row of businesses, a parking lot, thousands more in cities all around the country. It could be anywhere, and that is the feeling that clung to me after my first visit. It could be anywhere, anytime, anyone. There is a parking space, a normal, anonymous parking space, marked off with orange traffic cones. I wonder how long it will be before someone parks there again. I've left aside many of the details of the shooting, in favor of the most simple description I can summon. In a very real sense, the details do not matter. When it comes to forecasting riots, the facts themselves are less important than what people believe the facts to be. I'll give you an example. The coroner's report cites very high levels of cocaine in Perez's system, plus bags of apparent drug material found in his mouth and in his pants pocket. This detail is almost universally disbelieved in the black community. Ultimately, the distrust this indicates is more significant than mere facts. At the same time, many of the people I spoke with talked of Officer Siri's bad reputation, though they were generally unclear on the specifics. The Oregonian has since found some evidence problematizing the drug tests and corroborating Siri's reputation as a hothead, but that is hardly the point. 18 At the time of my interviews, public opinion was mostly based on gossip and rumor. But people are willing to believe in Siri's bad reputation in a way they aren't willing to believe in Perez's autopsy report. That's because what they believe in most of all is the reality of their own lived experiences of racial inequality, of police harassment, of poverty. The details of the shooting may interest jurists and bureaucrats, but the public is rightly focused on the bigger picture. The particular case is less important than the accumulation of similar cases. Examined from this perspective, Perez's drug habit, his failure to signal a turn, and his criminal record hardly seem worth mentioning. In this context, there is only one fact that matters: white cops killed an unarmed black person again. Again may be the most important word in that sentence. On the one hand, the story is unique, as all tragedies are. James Jahar Perez was only who he was. He was not the icon of every black man in America, as Officer Jason Siri is not a stand-in for every cop, good or bad. But at the same time, the story is typical, and it is dangerous because it is typical. The shooting of James Jahar Perez came less than a year after a remarkably similar case. On May 5, 2003, Portland police officer Scott McCollister shot and killed Kendra James, a 21-year-old black woman, as she attempted to leave a traffic stop. James was not armed. Anger over the James shooting was exacerbated after it was discovered that the officers involved had dinner together before speaking with investigators. Police administrators struggled to make excuses, both for the shooting and for the botched investigation. The grand jury refused to indict. Thousands marched in protest, people of all races. The Kendra James shooting and resulting protests specifically helped cement a bond between prominent members of the black community and their Latino counterparts. The common experience of police harassment surely helped produce this solidarity, and the Latino community compared the James incident to an earlier outrage, the April 2001 shooting of Jose Santos Victor Mejia Pud. Jose Mejia, a Latino man, was boarding a public bus when he suffered an epileptic seizure and became unresponsive. The driver flagged down a passing squad car, and the cops removed Mejia from the bus, then beat him in front of witnesses. He was arrested, erroneously placed in a mental ward, and 2 days later escaped from his room and refused to return. When the police arrived, Mejia confronted them with an aluminum rod he had removed from a door. Officer Jeffrey Bell shot and killed Jose Mejia in the hospital corridor. Police Chief Mark Croker awarded Bell a medal, prompting calls for the chief's resignation. All this history caught up to Chief Croker in August of 2003. Within the span of a few days, 3 separate developments dissolved whatever remained of the chief's credibility. First, consultants with the Police Assessment Resource Center blasted the Bureau for its handling of shooting incidents, citing the failure of detectives to do things as basic as interviewing witnesses. Then, 5 of the 9 members of the Civilian Review Board resigned after their director refused to examine the Mejia case. And finally, Croker took this ill-chosen opportunity to announce the discipline for Scott McCollister, the cop who killed Kendra James. McCollister, Croker decided, would not be disciplined for the shooting itself, but he would be suspended 5.5 months for showing poor judgment. This decision satisfied no one. The police union wanted McCollister exonerated, and the public at large wanted him fired. The chief was left without support and the mayor demanded his resignation. Croker went on to head the UN police mission in Liberia, and Assistant Chief Derek Foxworth, a soft-spoken black man raised in the local community, was promoted to replace him. Public attitudes about Foxworth are distinctly ambivalent. Some view him as a good man trying to fix a bad system, others told me he's a puppet used to oppress his own people. In any case, he hasn't inspired the bitter hatred that Chief Croker did, and in the current crisis he seems more eager to appease the public than snuggle up to the police union. But his leadership has not, and is not thought to have, improved policing overall. Martín González, president of the Latino Network, sees no progress. Nothing has changed, except that it has gotten worse. In the past year the Portland police killed 5 people of color. It is true that Jose Mejia, Kendra James, and James Perez are not the only people to be killed by Portland police. But their cases serve as landmarks. They're the ones people most readily remember. These landmark cases are remarkable in 3 regards. First, they come close to the abstract type, white cop kills unarmed person of color. Second, and perhaps more importantly, they each mark an escalation in public outrage over police violence. And third, with each increase in tension the authorities have been more forthcoming with concessions. They gave Jeffrey Bell a medal, but they suspended Scott McCollister, and they have promised to confront Jason Siri with a public inquest. These 3 factors, adherence to the model, mounting public outrage, and official concessions, are very closely related. But it is important that we not view the landmark cases in isolation. Even as a set, 3 deaths in 3 years would probably not explain the level of anger. We need to remember that during the period January 2001 to April 2004, the Portland police shot at, 22 people and killed 9 of them. 11 of those the police shot, 47.8%, were people of color. This, in a city that the 2000 census registers as 77.9% white. 19. The fact that both Kendra James and James Perez were killed during traffic stops may also be significant. According to the Police Bureau's own data, released in May 2001, black drivers are 2.6 times more likely to be pulled over than are white drivers. 20. These numbers resonate with Perez's own record. Since 1994, he received 19 citations. In 8 of these cases, 42%, The only charges were driving without a license or with no insurance violations that would not be evident prior to the stop. 21. The cumulative effect of such discriminatory treatment is not to be underestimated. In 1968, the National Advisory Commission on Civil Disorders analyzed 24 riots and noted a typical pattern of deeply held grievances which were widely shared by many members of the Negro community. Specific events or incidents exemplified and reinforced the shared sense of grievance. With each such incident, frustration and tension grew until at some point a final incident, often similar to the incidents preceding it, occurred and was followed almost immediately by violence. 22. A man who identified himself as Tiny told me he heard the shots that killed James Perez, and saw the crowd gather at the scene before police had even moved the body. I asked him about the mood that day and he responded with one word: hostile. He then told me that people continue to feel angry, in large part because of previous shootings. He said, "They say, they just killing over and nothing is getting done about it." But Tiny thought the tension might do some good, forcing the authorities to take a stand against Siri. It comes at the wrong time, when a lot of others getting killed. They're going to make him an example. Blenda Riles, Kendra James' cousin, had similar hopes. I don't think he's going to get by like McCollister did. I think that his punishment will be more than McCollister's was. On April 4, just a week after the killing, I attended a rally sponsored by the Coalition of Black Men. After talking to people in the St. John's neighborhood, the speeches of the civil rights leaders seemed strangely abstract and even a little out of touch. Speaker after speaker spoke of the need for change and urged a commitment to nonviolence, but few offered anything for people to do besides registering to vote. State Senator Abel Gordley called for better police training, and also asked that we give full support to Police Chief Derek Foxworth. From podiums and pulpits, the message has been one of caution, forbearance, and restraint. The clergy in particular have steadfastly warned against hate and retaliation. I asked Kane Lowry, a member of the NAACP chapter at Portland State University, what he thought about the pleas for calm. 23. He told me, "I don't think it's necessary to chill people out. I think there needs to be a fiery response from the community to the police department, because every single day people are being harassed, and nobody seems to get fired up enough. That's why the police continue to do what they do. And when they get a strong response from the community, that's going to stop everything that goes on, I believe, hopefully." On April 22, 2004, the grand jury announced its decision not to indict Officer Jason Siri. The next 2 days saw 2 demonstrations, each of about 250 people. The first, organized by the Albina Ministerial Alliance, featured repeated calls for peace and a sorrowful rendition of "We Shall Overcome." The second, called by the explicitly revolutionary organization Arisa, took the struggle to the mayor's front step and advocated the principle of self-defense, though the march itself was entirely nonviolent. Neither march approached the numbers of the April 4 rally, which drew more than 1,000. On the whole, the public response has been understated, even anticlimactic. The relative calm is hard to interpret, though numerous hypotheses are available. Some credit the ministers for emphasizing nonviolence. Others blame the police for creating a climate where people are afraid to voice their opinions. And some point to the division and relative disorganization of the existing civil rights movement. We might also consider the fact that, while many people are very angry, hardly anyone was surprised by the grand jury's decision. But there seems to be greater expectations for the police bureau's disciplinary process, which means that the crisis is not yet over. Chief Foxworth has not announced whether Siri will keep his job, or whether he will be exonerated altogether, or whether, like McCollister, he will be suspended from duty yet eventually returned to the police force. Whatever discipline the chief sets will then likely be challenged by the police union, even to the point of arbitration. This creates 2 potential flashpoints in the months ahead: first when discipline is announced, and then when it is reduced in arbitration. 24. Despite the grand jury's decision, At present there remains a cautious sense of hope. If the riots come, it will be because these hopes have been frustrated yet again. People are being patient, but their patience is not endless. Perhaps the current tension will have dissipated by the time series discipline is announced. 25 Even so, the city would be wrong to count itself as safe. One former city official told me, the first thing that came to my mind when I saw it come across the news that night was that many more of these, there are going to be riots. You can only take so much as a people, as a community. I give us 2 or 3 more and people are gonna get tired. Unless there are real changes, the potential for unrest lingers just below the calm surface. Beneath the thin crust of civility there lies a reservoir of grievances, a volatile mix of anger, grief, and despair. Without profound change, the frustration and resentment will only continue to collect there, to bubble and to steam. And what, then, will happen the next time? Cop killers and killer cops, political considerations, 2011, 26. Los Angeles, the death of a day laborer. On September 5, 2010, 3 Los Angeles bicycle cops shot and killed a Guatemalan day laborer named Manuel Jamens. The next day, a crowd gathered on the corner in the Westlake neighborhood where Jamens was killed. They assembled a small memorial, piled debris and set fires in the street, and hurled rocks and bottles at the cops, reportedly injuring several. Police responded with rubber bullets and tear gas. They arrested more than 24 people. Rioting continued for 3 nights running. Seeking to justify the shooting, police claim that Jamens was threatening passers-by with a knife, a story widely disbelieved in the Latino community and directly contradicted by 2 eyewitness accounts. "I did not see a knife in his hands," one witness told reporters. 27 He had nothing in his hands, another confirmed, at the moment when the police were shooting, he had nothing. 28. Los Angeles Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa promised an investigation while simultaneously voicing his support for the police. "These guys are heroes," he said. 29. Los Angeles is just the most recent site of a multi-city policing crisis affecting the entire West Coast. In Oregon and Washington, as well as in California, an assortment of legal proceedings, peaceful marches, riots, and repeated attacks against police and their property all point to the contested nature of police violence and the slow normalization of violence in response. Oakland, exceptional symbols. The West Coast policing crisis is now well into its 2nd year. Oakland seems to have set the tone. On New Year's Day, 2009, transit police shot and killed an unarmed black man, Oscar Grant, in front of numerous witnesses. Video of the incident shows Grant lying face down, with his hands behind his back. One cop, Tony Perone, can be heard calling him a bitch-ass nigger. 30 Another cop, Johannes Mesorel, draws his gun and shoots Grant in the back, point blank. Grant's killing sparked a series of protests and small riots. Largely in response to the rebellion, the authorities arrested Mesorel and charged him with murder. 31 More than a year later, in July 2010, Mesorel was convicted not of murder, but of involuntary manslaughter. The response of the community was, again, outrage expressed in marches, barricaded streets, broken windows, dumpster fires, and looting. Damages are estimated at $750,000.32. It was just 2 months after Grant's shooting, in March 2009, that a black ex-con named Lavelle Mixon killed 2 Oakland cops at a traffic stop, and then 2 more during the SWAT raid to bring him in. Mixon died in the shootout. These 2 cases immediately came to symbolize the tense relationship between blacks and the police, a relationship often defined by violence. Yet both cases are also exceptions to the usual pattern, though they are exceptions for very different reasons. Grant's case is exceptional, practically unique because police are so rarely punished for their violence. Mixon's case is exceptional because, in the conflict between African Americans and police, the casualties are usually all on one side. Seattle, Lakewood, Everett, we will fight. Further north, in Washington state, at least 9 cops were shot in the 4 months following Halloween 2009, 6 of them died. 33 Most notably, police there have faced a series of planned ambush attacks. In a way, the chain of events began on November 29, 2008, when King County Deputy Paul Skeen beat a teenaged girl in a holding cell. The following February, the deputy was charged with assault and a videotape of the incident was released. He was fired that September, and later tried but not convicted. Almost a year later, in October 2009, Skeen was mentioned by name in a communique left at the site of an arson in which several unoccupied police vehicles were firebombed. A few days later, on October 31, 2 cops were shot in a drive-by attack, 1 died. The suspect in both cases, Christopher Monfort, was later shot by police, paralyzing him from the waist down. He is presently awaiting trial in King County Jail. Prosecutors are seeking the death penalty. The district attorney argues that Monfort was acting, in part, out of anger over the Skeen incident. Monfort himself has repeatedly referred to the case in media interviews and in court. At one hearing, he lashed out against the cops, "We will fight. We've had enough. The people will not take it any longer. We will not take it any longer. We'll fight and we're everywhere. You can't see us coming." 34. Monfort acted alone, but others clearly shared his anger. Shortly after the Halloween ambush, in November 2009, Maurice Clemens shot and killed 4 cops in a Lakewood, Washington coffee shop. Clemens was later killed by Seattle police. Then, in April 2010, Everett police arrested Michael McConaughey for plotting a similar attack targeting local sheriff's deputies. Seattle, to a tipping point. This series of deliberate, planned attacks naturally generated quite a bit of sympathy for the police, and concern for the hazards they face. But almost at once, 2 videotaped beatings and a series of police shootings undercut the cops' collective credibility and renewed public anger. The first video, from April 17, 2010, showed 2 Seattle cops kicking and stomping a Latino man. Gang unit detective Shandy Cobain can be heard threatening, "I'm going to beat the fucking Mexican piss out of you, homie. You feel me?" 35 The victim was later released without charges. The second incident came 2 months later, in June. A white Seattle cop, Ian Walsh, was filmed hitting a black teenaged girl. The incident began as Walsh tried to cite another girl, Marilyn Ellen Levius, for jaywalking. Walsh grabbed Levius' arm, her friend, Angel Rosenthal, pushed him away, and the cop punched her in the face. Levius was arrested for obstructing an officer, and Rosenthal for assault. James Kelly, chief executive officer of the Urban League, told reporters, "The provocation by this 17-year-old kid may have presented a confrontation situation, but the use of violence in the form of a full punch in the face was just plain wrong. This is another case where we are standing here, saying, shame on you to the Seattle police." 36. Then, on August 30, at the very end of summer, Seattle police shot and killed John T. Williams, a partially deaf Native American woodcarver. Police say Williams was whittling when Officer Ian Bierk approached. He refused to drop the pocket knife he was working with, and Bierk shot him. A witness to the event described Williams as calm, his body stance did not look threatening at all, Amber Morena said. He didn't look aggressive at all. He didn't even look up at the officer. Then, the gunshots. I watched him kind of slowly, sort of gracefully and elegantly, fall to the ground. She concludes, from what I saw, it did not look right. 37. On September 2, hundreds of people attended a candlelight vigil for Williams. The next day, Native leaders held a press conference in which they demanded community representation in the review of the shooting. According to the Seattle Times, after the formal remarks, Alex Jackson drew the loudest applause when he declared, This policeman should be charged with murder. 38 Around 80 people participated in a speak out against police violence a few days later. Protests continued for months, and in February 2011 Officer Bierk resigned. Meanwhile, the ACLU wrote an open letter to the mayor, police chief, and city council, calling for basic changes, a new set of approaches, expectations, and daily practices in the Seattle Police Department. The letter went on, too often, officers have overreacted or escalated incidents when the subject is an individual of color, disabled, homeless, or otherwise different. We fear that the drive for so-called civility laws has created a mindset that our streets need to be rid of undesirable people. 39. The next day, Tim Burgess, the head of the City Council's Public Safety Committee, expressed his worries over the effect of the controversy. The accumulation of incidents has the potential to reach a tipping point, where large segments of our community lose confidence in the police. 40. Elsewhere in Washington, a killing spree. The police brutality, and the outrage, have not been isolated to the Seattle city limits. In the week following the death of John T. Williams, police in the greater Seattle area killed 4 other people, and shot a 5th. On August 31, the day after Williams' death, Federal Way police shot and killed David Charles Young as he fled in a stolen truck. Police claim Young was trying to run over a cop who approached the vehicle. That same day, Pierce County Sheriff's deputies tossed a man who they say was resisting arrest. After receiving a 50,000-volt shock, the man stopped breathing, and later died. On September 3, Tacoma cops shot and killed a man holding a knife at a bus stop. That night, Seattle police shot a reportedly suicidal man who pointed an AK-47 at them. He survived. The next morning, a deputy in the town of Gold Bar used a taser against an unarmed man who was yelling in the street. The 25-year-old man, Adam Colliers, died. This cluster of fatalities was immediately followed by the death of an Iraq War vet at the hands of police in Vancouver, Washington, just north of Portland. The cops say the victim was standing in the street with a handgun, and refused to put it down. The week-long killing spree was, likewise, immediately preceded by an August 26 incident in which a Spokane County deputy killed a 74-year-old Southern Baptist preacher, Wayne Scott Creech, on his own land. Creech had gone out armed to investigate a strange car on his property. It turned out to be an unmarked police car. According to police, Creech refused to put his gun down when ordered. "My father was murdered," Creech's son, Alan, says. "I don't believe it's written in the Constitution that when a deputy approaches you have to put your gun down." 41. Meanwhile, in the nearby city of Everett, an older drama drew to a close. In June 2009, Officer Troy Meade shot a DUI suspect 7 times as the man attempted to drive away. The suspect died at the scene, and Meade was charged with murder. Almost a year later, in April, a jury acquitted the cop of all charges. They did so despite another officer's testimony that the shooting seemed unnecessary. And yet, in deciding a separate question, the jury also rejected Meade's claim that he acted in self-defense. Meade was satisfied with the verdict. "I'm going back to work," he said. 42. Portland, Oregon, cops, clergy, and anarchists. On January 29, 2010, Portland police officer Ron Frazauer shot and killed an unarmed black man, Aaron Campbell. Campbell was not a criminal suspect, but was thought to be suicidal. Yet, as Campbell was trying to surrender, Frazauer shot him in the back. Barely 2 months later, in March, a Portland cop shot and killed a distraught homeless man, Jack Collins, as he approached carrying an X-Acto knife. Then, in May, the Portland police killed again. Keaton Otis, a young black man, was stopped on a pretext because Officer Ryan Foote thought he kind of looks like he could be a gangster. 43 Police say that when Otis was pulled over he became belligerent and started shouting obscenities. They tossed him, and he pulled a gun. Otis fired twice, hitting Officer Christopher Burley in the groin. The police returned fire, striking Otis 23 times and killing him on the spot. The death of Aaron Campbell set off a series of protests, and anger mounted with each subsequent shooting. A coalition of black clergy, the Albina Ministerial Alliance, took the initial lead, and the Reverend Jesse Jackson has twice traveled to Portland to urge action. The day after his first visit, a crowd of some 200 people marched into City Hall to confront the mayor. By the time Jack Collins was killed, tensions were so high that demonstrations began that same evening, including the blocking of streets and some minor property damage. As the weeks went on, resistance took several forms: community forums, leafleting, street corner demonstrations, Cope Watch patrols, and with surprising regularity black bloc demonstrations in which windows were broken, numerous people were arrested, and reportedly, several cops were injured. Nighttime sabotage has also occurred. Police substations, a community corrections office, and the headquarters of the Portland Police Association have all had their windows broken. The police union, twice. 44. In the meantime, the Police Association president was forced to step down following 2 road rage incidents. The police chief was fired, ostensibly for complaining about her budget. And the mayor took over the responsibilities of the police commissioner. In November, Fraz Auer was fired, but 2 years later, in October 2012, a labor arbitrator ordered him reinstated with back pay. Political narratives. The political uses of these stories are familiar enough. The left mobilizes around the murders of people like Manuel Jamans, Oscar Grant, Aaron Campbell, and John Williams, advancing a civil rights or police accountability agenda. Conservatives, often led by police unions, mobilize around the deaths of cops, pushing a law and order agenda, budget increases, demands for more firepower, longer prison sentences, and so on. After the Lakewood shootings, for example, Washington passed laws raising the payments to the families of slain cops, increasing the penalty for aiding a fugitive, and tightening restrictions on bail. But the particular demands, while important, are often incidental. Police shootings serve as an opportunity to discredit the cops, especially if the victim resembles a particular ideal type: socially disadvantaged, Black, Latino, Native American, homeless, mentally ill, or disabled, and innocent, unresisting, unarmed, and not credibly accused of a crime. Police funerals, in contrast, are public pageants that the cops can use to silence their critics. They pull politicians into mandatory displays of support, and are dutifully portrayed by the media as memorials of heroism and sacrifice. For instance, Sergeants Mark Dunikin, Irvin Romans, and Daniel Sakai, and Officer John Haga, the cops Lavelle Mixon killed, were honored as fallen heroes by the U.S. House of Representatives, both of California's Senators Barbara Boxer and Dianne Feinstein, and Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger all spoke at their funeral. 20,000 spectators attended. 45. In either case, the victim is converted into a symbol. But there are also important differences. Police shootings are relatively common, but only rarely create public controversy. Instead, the victim is usually forgotten, except by those who knew him personally. The cops involved are often treated as heroes and issued commendations. But nobody gets a medal for shooting at cops. The best a cop killer can expect is a very long prison sentence. Many die before they make it to trial. Whereas, even when the cops clearly go too far, they rarely face meaningful discipline, and murder charges like those proffered in Oakland and Everett are rare to the point of being anomalous. Surveying the entire country, the San Francisco Chronicle could find only 6 cases from the 15 years before the Grant shooting. None of the 13 officers involved were convicted. 46. Behind these dissimilarities is a greater asymmetry in the way these stories are used. The left has generally gone out of its way to avoid seeming like it is condoning violence. 47. It does so for a number of reasons, some moral or ideological, some strategic, some having to do with legal concerns. But the point is that the left does not ordinarily read attacks on the police as individual acts of political resistance, but as ordinary, if extreme, criminality, that is to say, it accepts the state's interpretation of anti-cop violence. The police, however, do defend their right to kill. And, in particular, they use those specific instances when they are attacked to justify their much more general reliance on force. By this account, people who attack the police are criminals, and the police need to defend themselves. And the people the police attack are also criminals and therefore, potential attackers. Thus, the cops represent their own violence as being always defensive. Those who seek to justify police violence offer a picture in which heroic officers put themselves in harm's way, regularly facing down heavily armed and violent criminals while rarely resorting to force themselves. You've heard the speeches, read the op-eds, and seen the cop shows, you know the story. The facts, however, tell a different story. The truth is, the police use violence far more often than it is used against them, and they use it at higher levels, and with more fatal consequences. Counting casualties. There are several features that make the recent stories remarkable, but unfortunately, police violence is not one of them. The police kill people fairly regularly, and use lower levels of violence as a matter of routine. No one keeps very good track of the numbers, but the few existing studies establish something of a pattern. According to a 2005 Justice Department survey, 19% of the American public had direct contact with the police during the previous year. Most of these contacts took the form of traffic stops, and most were unremarkable. Only 1.6% of the people interviewed reported the use of force or the threat of force. That means, out of every 100 people the police come into contact with, they will threaten or use force against one or two of them. This rate is much higher for blacks, 4.4%, and Hispanics, 2.3%, than for whites, 1.2%, 0.48. That 1.6% adds up quickly. Almost a million people, 991,930, were subject to the use or threat of force at the hands of police sometime in 2005. In 55% of these cases, approximately 546,000 incidents, force was actually used. 49. If we got all those people together, you'd have a group as large as the population of Portland, 537,081. 50. That same year 2005, 57,546 officers were assaulted in the line of duty, representing 11.9 assaults per 100 officers. Most of these reported assaults involved unarmed assailants and produced no injuries. The vast majority of attackers, 80%, used only personal weapons such as hands, fists, or feet. Only 3.7% used firearms. Only about a quarter of these assaults, 27.4%, resulted in injury to the officer. 51. Comparing the numbers, we see that the police use violence 546,000 times in 2005, 9 times as often as they face it, 57,546 times that same year. An analysis of fatal incidents shows a similar imbalance. During the period 2003 to 2005, 380 police died on duty. Only 159 of these deaths were homicides, and 221 were the result of accidents. During that same time, 1,095 people were killed by law enforcement officers in the process of arrest. That averages 365 per year, or 1 a day. 52. Of the people the police killed, nearly all were men, 96.8%. Disproportionately many were black, 30% or 32%, depending on the count, whereas blacks are 12.8% of the nation's population. The median age was 33.5. 3/4, 74.2%, were suspected of violent crimes, including 26.1% for crimes against the police. 8% of victims were accused of public order offenses, 3.9%, property offenses, 2.9%, drug offenses, and 2.5%. Approximately 27 people were not suspected of any crime at all, but were being taken into custody for medical or mental health reasons. In 80.1% of the cases, the victim had a weapon, but only in 16.9% did they fight with officers. 3.6% 38 people were killed after they had been restrained. 96.3% were shot. 54. In Oregon, during the years in question, no cops were murdered, but 36 people were killed by the police. In Washington, 3 cops, 35 arrestees. In California, 17 cops, 160 arrestees. 55. If we assume 1 killer per victim, then there are about 6.7 killer cops for every 1 cop killer. These numbers are in keeping with the long-term pattern. The Justice Department reports that, between 1976 and 1998, 8,578 felons were justifiably killed by police in the United States, while 1,820 law enforcement officers were murdered during the same period. 56. Notice, alongside the imbalance in the numbers, the bias in the language. Law enforcement officers were murdered, while felons were justifiably killed. A crisis of legitimacy. What sets the recent cases apart is, clearly, not the fact of police violence, but the fact that that violence is being contested. The crisis, in other words, is not only about violence, but about authority. It is a crisis of legitimacy. The present crisis, stretching from LA to almost the Canadian border, is evidence that the police have been discredited, first in the eyes of the public, and then in the eyes of the elites. As a result, the presumption of legitimacy is shifting, and the special protections the police enjoy are weakening. One indicator of this shift is the leveling of murder charges against officers involved in on-duty shootings. Another indicator is the slate of reforms being offered to change police practices in Portland, for example, the recent strengthening of the Police Review Board after years of delay, and in the Bay Area, the creation of an auditor's position to investigate complaints against transit cops. A third is the revision of judicial standards for justifying violence. In a ruling from December 2009, the Ninth U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals, which covers all 3 states under discussion, restricted police use of tasers. More surprising, that October, the Oregon Supreme Court ruled that a person has a right to defend himself if police use excessive force. Paradoxically, even events that seem to point in the opposite direction, such as the extraordinary 62-year sentence leveled against 2 burglars who shot, but only slightly injured, a Vancouver police sergeant in 2009, nevertheless reflect elite anxieties about the public's unwillingness to cede to police authority. The extra-long sentence was proposed, the Colombian newspaper explained, for the sake of deterring imitators. 57. But the most important indicator may be the existence of the crisis itself. Under ordinary circumstances, the police kill with relative impunity. But at present, the public's accumulated sense of outrage represents a challenge to the legitimacy of state violence. It is this challenge, not the violence itself, that has produced the existing crisis, and it is the crisis that is producing at least some, small, changes. Radical imperatives. The crisis shows that public trust in and political support for the police has been greatly eroded. The concessions are offered as a bid to win it back. The investigations, prosecutions, committee reports, and policy changes are real victories, mostly symbolic, a few substantive. They may, for a while, rein the police in and put a check on some of the worst abuses. But they will not, on their own, address the fundamental inequalities that the police act to preserve. To address these inequalities, the left needs to be prepared to challenge police violence, not only in its most spectacular forms, but as it exists in the normal operations of the institution. That is, we need to challenge, not only a handful out of the hundreds of police shootings, but also the 500,000 times every year that the cops use lower levels of violence. That means we need to learn to see police violence politically, that is, to recognize the politics inherent in it. Violence is a core function of policing. And the injustices of policing both reflect and reproduce the injustices of our society. The targets of police attention and therefore also of police violence reflect and reinforce existing inequalities of both race and class. At the same time, the character of police violence, and the ideology supporting it, the idea that violence is a contest between male antagonists, and the casting of police as chivalrous protectors is itself deeply complicit in the subjugation of women, and is historically linked to racial myths about the purity of white womanhood and black sexual aggression. 58. There's not a review board in the world that can touch these fundamental inequalities. To do so would require more than some simple revisions to police policy, it would require the restructuring of our entire society. To be ultimately effective, then, the fight against police brutality needs to adopt a police abolitionist perspective rather than a more limited reform or accountability framework, and it must necessarily be a part of a much broader social movement. Our job must be to defeat the cops politically. In the most general terms, that means broadening, deepening, and extending the crisis. Such an effort requires that we add to public distrust of the police and undercut public support. We have to be radical in our approach to each side of this equation, going to the root of both the distrust and the support. Public suspicion of the police, already acute in many corners, can be deepened by exposing, not just individual abuses, or even whole patterns of abuse, but the basic function of the institution and its use of violence to preserve social inequality. Public support, meanwhile, can be undercut by providing alternative means to resolve disputes, address interpersonal conflict, and ensure public safety. These are the functions that, however badly the cops perform them, the public presently feels itself dependent on the police to provide. Our strategy should be, simultaneously, to attack the core function of policing and to remove the basis of its legitimacy, thus shifting support away from the police and toward our social movements. If the public loses faith in the police, and if it does not feel dependent on them for protection, then people are less likely to cooperate with the cops and more likely to resist. Tactically, we have to learn to use the state's strength against it and to use its weaknesses against it as well. We have to establish the political conditions such that the cops' tactical victories become political liabilities, and their tactical defeats are only signs of their weakness. In other words, we need to make sure that the cops' violence costs them in terms of legitimacy, while violence used against police only shows that they are vulnerable to attack. Rethinking nonviolence. Until recently, the left's nonviolent posturing has made it hard to recognize attacks against the police as political resistance. The depoliticizing of anti-police violence, in effect, cedes to the state the right to define, not only legitimate force, but legitimate resistance as well. It allows the police to convert attacks against them into a source of legitimacy. And it accommodates the narrative by which the state's violence is always defensive, and thus justified. The standard view of anti-police violence forces the left to seek out and prioritize a few idealized innocent victims. By omission, this legalistic, or moralistic, approach seems to justify the police use of force so long as it is not, by the state's standards, excessive. From the state's perspective, therefore, police violence is presumably legitimate, and violence against police is presumably illegitimate. The left has had a tendency to challenge the first premise and endorse the second. But if we accept that police violence is political and not merely a technical problem, then it follows that we need to understand the violence against police as political as well. We need a more nuanced analysis of its causes, of the forces that propel people toward it, of its consequences, both personally and socially, and of its meaning, its expressive content, intentionality, and implications. In short, we need to discuss the violence against police not simply in terms of crime, but in terms of resistance. This is not to say that those who attack the police, or who simply defend themselves against a police attack, have a self-conscious ideological motivation or an explicit political agenda, though of those mentioned earlier, Christopher Monfort certainly did. It is also not to say that the left necessarily needs to condone, endorse, advocate, or use violence. Violence, whether in general, or in particular cases must still be subject to criticism on ethical, political, strategic, and tactical grounds. I think it's time the left change its understanding of anti-cop violence, not because I think we need to use violence against the police, but because we need to stop the police from using the violence they face as a pretext to justify the violence they employ. Fighting politically. Violence against the police obviously challenges the state's effective monopoly on force, though it does not on its own challenge the legitimacy of that monopoly. The social movements opposing police violence, on the other hand, need to challenge the legitimacy of the state's monopoly, whether or not they employ violence themselves. Fortunately, there are some signs indicating a growing willingness to defend, or even praise, those who use violence against the police. Most prominently, in Oakland, the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement organized a vigil and march in memory of Lavelle Mixon, comparing him to Nat Turner and Gabriel Prosser, enslaved Africans once vilified and today considered heroes. 59 Less organized, but no less meaningful, were the small crowds of people taunting cops at the scene of the shooting, and interrupting live newscasts to shout, "Fuck the police." 60. More interesting, however, is the fact that these sentiments received even a modest hearing in the mainstream. Jackson West, writing for NBC Online, produced a thoughtful commentary titled, "Why Would Anyone Cheer OPD Killings?" In answering, he points to the history of antipathy between the local community and the police, and suggests that the conditions that led to the creation of the Black Panther Party in 1966 largely still exist today. Of the 45 officer-involved shootings from 2004 to 2008, 44 were African American or Hispanic. However, African Americans and Hispanics account for only 56% of the city's population according to the 2000 census. More troubling is that in only 60% of the police shootings was a weapon found on the suspect. And in none of those shootings were any officers reprimanded. 61. There has been less vocal support for Christopher Monfort, in Seattle, but the Urban League's support for a young woman who did, in fact, assault a policeman is a small step in the same direction. Meanwhile, in Portland, the police have been so discredited that, even while cops face criticism for shooting Keaton Otis, his counterattack has been reduced almost to a non-issue. The steadfastly nonviolent Albina Ministerial Alliance, for example, put the blame squarely on the police. Keaton Otis did not have to die and Officer Christopher Burley did not have to be shot, Reverend Leroy Haynes said at the coalition's press conference. Keaton Otis, a citizen of this community, was pursued on an erroneous assumption that he was a gang member on the basis of his racial identity and attire. 62. A pacifist group, Portland Copewatch, went even further. In a letter to the district attorney, the group cited court rulings limiting the cops' use of tasers and affirming the right to self-defense against police brutality. They then point out that Keaton Otis was a young African American man suffering from mental health issues in a city where people in either one of those groups might reasonably fear for their lives at a police encounter. And thus they were logically compelled to ask, isn't it possible that he had a right to self-defense? 63. Exclusion zones, policing public space with deadly results, 2011, 64. The question of who belongs and that of where one belongs are, broadly speaking, political. And the answers, which touch deeply both our ideas of individual identity and the very definition of community, find their final expression, very often, through violence, typically, the authorized violence of the police. Two high-profile cases in Portland illustrate the point. The lonesome death of James Chaussee. James Chaussee was a well-known figure in downtown Portland, a writer and musician with a history of mental illness and occasional homelessness. In September 2006, the police spotted Chaussee loitering in the recently redeveloped Pearl District. As one officer put it, he was doing something suspicious or acting just, odd. 65. Officer Chris Humphreys approached, Chaussee ran. The police chased him, tackled him, and beat him. Chaussee suffered 26 broken bones, mostly ribs, 48 distinct bruises and abrasions, extensive trauma to the head, and a punctured lung. He died later that day. 66. His family sued and received a $1.6 million settlement. 67. Meanwhile, 2 cops were suspended for failing to ensure that the bloodied, unconscious man they were arresting received medical treatment. But no one was disciplined for chasing and beating him. 68. There is no evidence that Chaussee committed any crime. The worst he was accused of was urinating in public. The offense itself builds in an element of class bias. It is the equivalent of trespassing under bridges or panhandling, activities that homeless people resort to in order to survive. In practice, enforcement of such laws comes very close to criminalizing poverty per se. In this case, moreover, the accusation was merely an excuse for what Commander Donna Henderson later termed a pretext stop. 69. In other words, the police approached, and then chased, and then killed Chaussee, not for anything specific that he did, but simply because, as they saw it, he was suspicious, or rather, just, odd. James Chaussee died because the cops decided that he did not belong. He could be a gangster. Nearly 4 years later, on May 12, 2010, Portland police pulled over a young African-American man named Keaton Otis, ostensibly for changing lanes without a signal. It's not clear exactly what happened next, but within minutes Officer Christopher Burley had been shot and Otis was dead after being shot 23 times. 70. It was not long before the police were placing the blame on the mental health system. Burley told the press that he wished Otis had found treatment for his psychological troubles. The community as a whole failed Mr. Otis, he said. He deserved resources. 71. But the police did not stop Otis because of his mental distress any more than they stopped him because of his driving. The cops involved were part of the Hotspot Enforcement Action Team, a gang squad concentrating on the area surrounding the Lloyd Center shopping mall. 72. Police now admit that they had no evidence that Otis had any history of gang activity. Aside from a single traffic ticket, his record was clean. 73. But Officer Ryan Foote saw a black man wearing a hooded sweatshirt, and thought this guy, kind of looks like he could be a gangster. 74. It is against Portland police policy to single people out solely because of their race, but Foote's assessment seems to pass official muster. After the shooting, the public information officer, Detective Mary Wheat, stated, "The officers would not have been doing their duty if they had not pulled him over." 75. Again, we see police policies unfold in ways that are not only discriminatory, but deadly. Policing quality of life. In Portland, the standards of public order that the police enforce are shaped and propelled in large part by the agenda of the local Chamber of Commerce, the Portland Business Alliance, PBA. In terms of both dollars spent and the number of visits to public officials, the PBA is the most active lobbying group in the city. 76. The PBA has been a vocal advocate of quality of life policing and was a major proponent of the sit-lie law, which prohibited resting or reclining on the sidewalk. 77. Predictably, between August 2007 and June 2008, 72.3% of the 159 people receiving warnings or citations for violating the sit-lie law were homeless. 78. In fact, Mike Kuykendall, then vice president of the Portland Business Alliance and co-chair of the Mayor's Street Access for Everyone, SAFE, committee, now director of services in the Police Bureau. 79. Admits that the law was designed with the homeless in mind. In 2008, he told the Portland Mercury, "The behavior of many of the teenagers and young adults who spend their days on Portland streets was the impetus behind the SAFE ordinance, as many businesses were impacted by the negative impression they were giving downtown. So it makes sense this group is receiving a majority of the warnings and citations." 80. Central Precinct Commander, and now Police Chief, Mike Reese agreed, "The folks we're really having a problem with are these road warrior youth." 81. Reese also said these young people aren't really homeless, because they choose to live on the streets. After twice being ruled unconstitutional, first in 2004 by Circuit Court Judge Marilyn Litzenberger, then in 2009 by Circuit Court Judge Stephen Bush, and the Sitley law was replaced in 2010 with a new sidewalk management plan. 82 The new version does not ban sitting outright, but in selected commercial districts it requires at least 6 feet of clearance between the seated individual and any building, essentially forcing people to the curb. 83 The PBA's agenda is clearly outlined in the April-May 2010 issue of its Downtown Business Improvement District newsletter, Bid News. Their bid chair/representative Michelle Martin explains the problem, as she sees it. We have seen a group of individuals, who some refer to as road warriors or summer travelers, begin to return to downtown Portland. They are approximately 18 to 30 years old, can be very unkempt, often have unlicensed or unleashed dogs, and regularly engage in illegal or aggressive behavior. 84. She then explains several steps the PBA is taking as part of its Clean and Safe program, beginning with the sidewalk law. First, we have been working with Mayor Adams the past few months on a new sidewalk use ordinance, which was passed by the Portland City Council on May 6. Second, Central Precinct Commander Dave Famous has instituted a zero-tolerance program to deal with individuals committing livability offenses downtown. Hired guns. The PBA also takes a hand in enforcement. Its Clean and Safe program deploys 42 armed and unarmed security officers, many of them retired police officers. In addition, PBA has contracted with the Portland Police Bureau to provide 4 bike cops and the mounted patrol unit to police the downtown using the organization's radio dispatch system. 85. The PBA spends $1.15 million annually, the largest item in its budget, to contract with a private security firm, Portland Patrol Incorporated, which in turn leases sworn officers from the Police Bureau. 86 According to the company's website, PPI has the honor of being the only private security agency in the country to have 4 full-time police officers housed out of a private security office, working hand in hand with our staff to improve community and business livability along with chronic nuisance issues. 87. Under the terms of the PPI's contract, its officers are required to wake up all individuals who use the sidewalk and business doorways as sleeping locations, and to stop offensive conduct wherever possible. 88 Making its mission absolutely clear, PPI staff have distributed laminated cards to local businesses, urging them to call the private guards to handle homeless persons, panhandling, and the mentally ill. 89. Though dressed like cops and often carrying guns, the PPI officers have no public oversight and cannot make arrests. But they are authorized to issue warnings and exclude people from city parks. Furthermore, according to the corporation's website, their partners in the police bureau frequently make arrests, write citations for criminal and ordinance violations, or take other actions based on direct referrals from PPI officers. As a result, our PPB officers regularly average over 100 arrests per month. 90. Exclusion and livability. In addition to its war on the poor, the Business Alliance has also been supportive of the drug-free zones, which allowed police to exclude suspected drug dealers from certain designated areas prior to trial. PBA spokesperson Megan Doorn said the law helped create an attractive, livable downtown. 91. The zones were abandoned in 2007 when it was shown that more than half the people issued exclusions, 59%, were black. Blacks represent only 6% of the local population. 92 With the zones defunct, the police, aided with $50,000 in PBA funding, simply replaced them with the Neighborhood Livability Crime Enforcement Program. 93 The program consists of a secret list of persistent low-level offenders to be singled out for special attention, surveillance, enforcement, and felony prosecution, plus, as a salve to Portland's liberal conscience, special access to services like housing assistance and drug treatment. More than half, 52%, of the 408 people on the list are African American. 94. By the Bureau's own reporting, in 2009, blacks represented 12% of all Portland police traffic stops, twice their percentage of the population. That same year, if we look at all police stops, not just traffic stops, blacks represent 21%. Additionally, they comprise 23% of arrests, and 29% of the incidents in which police report using force. 95. Those rates have been more or less constant for the last 5 years, with black drivers stopped at 2.73 times the rate of whites. 96. The numbers reflect something more than the personal biases of individual police officers. They demonstrate an institutional orientation that treats blacks as suspects, as hazards, and as targets for violence. The death of Keaton Otis is one result of this orientation. In September 2009, several months before he shot Otis, Officer Cody Byrne admitted in court that race is a factor I'd consider when making a stop. 97. Clearly, Byrne is not alone. More than a year earlier, James Pitkin, a Willamette Week reporter, tagged along with the cops during Operation Cool Down, in which police increased their presence in gang-affected neighborhoods. Pitkin reported that the cops passed by groups of white people without notice, but stopped, searched, and questioned black and Latino men when they saw them. Gang enforcement officer Russ Corno explained, "Profiling to me, I'm not scared of that word. If you're profiling people based just on their race, that is an issue. We're profiling people based on crime." And yet, Pitkin wrote, Corno is frank about who they're targeting, young black men. 98. The police chief at the time, Rosie Sizer, seemed to endorse this approach. She told the paper that gang violence is predominantly African American males being violent against other African American males. So from the sense of criminal profiling as opposed to racial profiling, race is in the mix. We do not want to target young African American men who are uninvolved in gang activity. But it's impossible to perfectly sort. We are never going to be perfect. 99. Enforcing inequality. The deaths of Otis and Chauncey are not generally discussed together, but they share several common elements that are worth noting. Neither of these men were, in any real sense of the word, suspects. They were stopped simply because they belonged to groups that the police considered as suspicious in themselves. One was black, and the other was, or rather, the police labeled him transient. 100. Both incidents began with trivial pretexts and ended with deadly violence. Moreover, both involve police control of public space. In particular, they show the cops acting to restrict disadvantaged groups from using of the streets in commercial districts. In all these respects, the two cases resemble each other. These similarities show us something of the real nature of proactive and public order policing. They show the race and class bias implicit in terms like quality of life and livability, at least as they are applied to law enforcement. And finally, they reveal the violence underlying our systems of race and class privilege. Part 2. Cops and Class Conflict. Police Violence and Class Conflict, 2009. Interview by Bill Resnick. 101. Bill Resnick, Kristian Williams, tell us about Officer Christopher Humphreys, his record of violence, why his fellow cops and the union came to his support, and why public officials vacillate, but ultimately tolerate and approve of police violence. What about the Humphreys case? What does it show us? Kristian Williams. Chris Humphreys first came to public attention after the James Chauncey beating death of a couple years ago, I guess 3 years ago now. In that case, a mentally ill man fled when police approached. One of the officers described the reason for the contact, that he was acting oddly, and they suspected he had been urinating in public. So, they approached and he fled and they chased him, and at the end of the story, he was beaten to death. I don't know of a more polite way to put that. Bill, and Humphreys was one of the cops who jumped on him. Kristian, right. Originally, Humphreys had said that Chauncey had fallen and he had sort of tripped over him. Later, he said that he had taken him down according to policy, but what exactly happened is not clear there. But that's when Humphreys came to public attention. Shortly after that, Willamette Week got hold of some police bureau records that suggested that Humphreys uses force more often than any other cop in Portland, except for one. In one of the earlier cases, Humphreys and 3 other cops had grabbed a guy out of his car and hit him with their nightsticks more than 30 times, landing him in the hospital. It turned out to be a case of mistaken identity. In another case, Humphreys and 1 other cop beat up a black college student. The Oregonian reported on it, because it was one of a string of cases where people who had had force used against them were brought up on charges and acquitted. The jurors just didn't believe the police. Most recently, just past the anniversary of the Chaussee beating, Humphreys came to renewed attention because he was shown on a security camera firing a less lethal shotgun at an unarmed 12-year-old girl. Bill, it shot a beanbag. At least it wasn't a bullet. Christian, yeah, but calling it a beanbag doesn't really do it justice. It's more like a sock full of ball bearings. It's really more like a rubber bullet than something that kids would play with at a birthday party. The idea is to deliver the full force of the shotgun blast, without the penetrative wound. Bill, right, horrible bruising. Christian, in the video you can see he's extremely close to the girl. He's well within the 10-foot range that they're supposed to stay outside of. Dan Saltzman, who's now police commissioner, had ordered Humphreys home while this most recent case was being investigated. But the police union mobilized 600 people in a demonstration to show support for Humphreys, and Saltzman reversed himself. Bill, Humphreys is still on desk leave, with pay, though I suppose he would get pay regardless of a suspension or desk leave. Christian, right. The question here is, does he get a vacation or does he stay on desk duty? And bizarrely, he wants desk duty. Bill, now, who knows why? Christian, I think largely it's the symbolism, about not having to give up his badge and gun. Otherwise, it's as though he's been removed from the force, even if he gets to come back later. Bill, what's interesting is the unanimous support that he got. 600 police went to a rally in his favor, with signs everywhere, "We are all Chris Humphreys." I mean, that's sort of shocking, although it's only shocking when you don't see the pattern. Because, in fact, police almost always support one another strongly. Not all of the cops are violent, and yet, all of them support their most violent individuals. How do we understand that? Christian, well, policing is inherently violent. It's built into the activity. Now, different officers employ it at different rates and at different levels. Some use it extremely rarely. Some use it very often. Most, actually, use it rarely. And so, they often point to this fact when they're accused of being violent, how rarely individually they use force. But, collectively, they use force with great frequency. The lower levels of force are routine. Bill, right. Christian, and the police tend to, in some ways, identify with that aspect of their operations. I think they often feel as though they are unfairly blamed for the violence that they employ. So, defensively, they tend to defend all of the use of force, sort of as a category. The "I am Chris Humphreys" slogan is particularly telling, in that here, you would think that this would be one of those cops that other cops would be trying to distance themselves from. Instead, they're collectively identifying with him. Bill, part of it, though, is the role of the police in a very unequal and hierarchical society, with lots and lots of people with enormous grievances and anger. The police recognize that they're not popular with lots of people. I mean, they feel themselves under attack and always vulnerable in a society with vast numbers of guns. Christian, it's interesting that they do have that sense of being sort of persecuted, but when you look at the actual numbers according to the police themselves, they use force far more frequently than it's used against them. And they use it at higher levels. Yet they have this sort of defensive self-image, that they're using force in response to always being in danger. And the sense that they're in danger somehow justifies the violence they use, even though, looking at the numbers, most of the violence they use would have to be characterized as offensive. Bill, that's for sure. But they are outnumbered. Right? Christian: oh, certainly. Bill: on the streets, they're really outnumbered. And what they say is, if I can't tell somebody just to obey my command even if it's a little wrong, even if I've got the wrong person, if somebody really talks back to me, especially in public, where other people can hear it, challenging my authority is like challenging my capacity to walk the streets. I think that's what these guys think. And I'm not sure they're so wrong. If a cop shows weakness, then when crowds form around a traffic accident or whatever it might be, then the cops are afraid of being assaulted. So, it seems to me, they think they have to insist on being in authority, and so they have to brutalize people who don't respect their authority. Christian: everything in their training and their institutional culture pushes them in that direction. It's not necessarily that individual officers come to the job with this authority complex. The job instills in them the sense that it's their responsibility to always be in control of every situation, and of everyone they come in contact with. Bill: talking back to a cop, depending on who you are, if you're a white person, looking bourgeois and middle class, you can sort of argue with the cops a little. But, if you look tough, and show any sign of disobedience, they'll jump on it, particularly if there's more than one. Then they're going to really begin getting violent. Christian: there are different kinds of threat that they're responding to in those two situations. On the one hand, they realize that if they cause trouble for a relatively privileged person, that person can probably cause them some amount of trouble. They're going to have better legal representation. They may be connected politically. The newspaper may take it seriously if they show up in a reporter's office looking like they've been beaten up. Relatively powerless people have less recourse. In that second situation, the cops are not only under pressure to assert their authority and maintain their control, but they are also operating under relatively weak constraints because the people they're dealing with cannot, in their assessment, cause them a lot of problems after the fact. The deck is stacked in favor of people who are powerless, experiencing harassment, the use of force, arrests, all of it. Bill: so, there are systemic forces within policing that lead to fairly high levels of violence. Christian: the whole institution is the result of the inequality of the society. Part of the work that I do in Our Enemies in Blue is trace out the evolution of the police from the period before we had the modern institution of policing. I show how the municipal police force as we know it now developed out of an earlier institution called the slave patrols, which was explicitly there to control the slave population, and later the entire black population in the South. As cities became industrialized, as the police became modernized, they adapted the system in northern cities as well, to control the working class as a whole. So, the police, as we have them now, are a direct expression of the inequality of the society. Bill: police have to be this disciplinary institution on basically an unruly working class and especially unruly poor people, who have their own values and who are angry about being suppressed. It seems to me that's part of the entire picture of industrial societies and capitalism. Christian: yeah, that goes all the way back to the beginning of the 19th century. There was this contest over the character of urban society and the standards of order that were going to be upheld, versus the level of freedom that was going to be tolerated. And a lot of that was sort of a coded conflict, not just between classes, but also between ethnic groups. The respectable native-born Protestant elites had certain standards of decorum, whereas the immigrant rabble, which was largely Catholic, the Irish being the most famous example, had different standards. And the elite used this new tool that they had, the police force, to impose their standards on the working population. So things like drinking in public and the whole range of public order crimes, gambling and all the other things that we would now call vice, all that stuff suddenly became matters for official attention, where before they would have mostly just been tolerated or informally disapproved of. We see that continue all the way up to the present, with things like quality of life policing and zero tolerance campaigns. The battle for public order continues, and it's not politically neutral. It's very much about who gets to determine what kind of city we have and what the standards of decorum and what the manners and morals of the working class are going to be. Bill, but in all of those standards of decorum, there's a sort of a hidden agenda. It's one thing to tolerate drunken white kids on college campuses, but when it's young black kids, it's sort of an expression of a primitive collective struggle not headed towards any kind of articulated political ends, but a threat to those in power. It seems to me that those class boundaries and ethnic boundaries are still being policed. Christian, you said it's a sort of hidden agenda, but I don't think it's hidden at all. I think it's perfectly obvious, if you look at it. A lot of the standards of order they enforce simply have the effect of criminalizing poverty. Things like the recently discredited sit-lie ordinance, which made it illegal to sit on the sidewalk or lie on the sidewalk, well, that is essentially just making it illegal to be homeless. The standards of order aren't neutral, in terms of their class composition or their racial implications. That's not incidental. That's what those standards are about. So, yes, that struggle over public space is absolutely alive. No solidarity with police union, it's time to kick the cops out of the labor movement, 2009, 102. On November 24, 2009, more than 600 supporters of the Portland Police Association gathered in defense of one embattled officer, Christopher Humphreys. Humphreys had been suspended, with pay, pending investigation of an incident in which he had fired a less lethal shotgun at an unarmed 12-year-old girl. At the time of the incident, he was already facing discipline for his role in the beating death of a mentally ill man named James Chaussee. The cops marched, not in uniform, but in t-shirts and carrying signs reading "I am Chris Humphreys 103." Such a display should dispel any illusions about what the police want or what the PPA stands for. Humphreys' notable career has been marked by continuous violence. In addition to these high-profile cases, in 2005 he struck an unresisting suspect more than 30 times. It turned out to be a case of mistaken identity. 104. A year later, he was implicated in the beating of a black college student, whom a jury later acquitted. 105. Based on police records, it is estimated that only one cop in the city uses force more often than Humphreys. 106. Cops often complain that it is unfair to judge the entire police bureau by its most dysfunctional officers. But when push comes to shove, and shoving comes to beating, and beating comes to shooting, the police association always lines up to defend the most brutal practices and the most bigoted cops. The last time the PPA mobilized a rally in support of suspended officers, it was because racist cops were harassing black business owners by repeatedly leaving dead possums on their doorsteps. 107. The interests the police association defends are the interests the police defend. Cops are the hired guns of capitalism and the protectors of white supremacy. They stand for a system of power that exploits workers, excludes the poor, and leaves people of color at the bottom of the social pyramid. Police unions do not, and cannot, represent the interests of the working class, because police are not workers like other workers. They are part of the apparatus by which worker organizing is suppressed. Here at the 10th anniversary of the WDO protests, we should also remember the long and inglorious history of police attacks on the labor movement: Red Squad infiltration, raids on union halls, assaults on picket lines. The labor movement owes the police nothing, not solidarity, not support, not our silence. The only thing workers owe cops is a good hard kick in the ass. Cops for Labor? 2011, 108. In February 2011, Madison, Wisconsin became the front line of the American class war. Governor Scott Walker announced a bill to strip public employees of most of their union rights. Thousands of workers occupied the Capitol building in response. Tens of thousands participated in protests outside. The civilly disobedient unions found themselves with a surprising ally: the police. Off-duty cops joined the protests, some wearing Cops for Labor and Deputies for Democracy t-shirts. When the governor threatened to close the Capitol and forcibly end the sit-in, cops showed up with sleeping bags and stayed the night. Of course it couldn't last. Within a few days the police did clear the protesters out of the Capitol, first by enforcing rules prohibiting blankets and chairs, then by preventing new protesters from joining the action, and finally, by escorting out the remaining stalwarts. A few weeks later, the cops were less gentle, ejecting protesters who tried to reoccupy the Capitol and prevent the legislature's vote. Despite the much-lauded peacefulness of the protests, the cops made 59 arrests at the Madison rallies, and cleared away barricades the protesters had erected around the Capitol building. And that is exactly what we should have expected. In the midst of the sit-in, Wisconsin Law Enforcement Association Executive Board President Tracy Fuller confessed that his members would absolutely use force if so ordered. Fuller told reporter Stephen C. Webster that the notion of resisting orders hasn't even come up. He said, "I'm not able to even fathom that any of those police officers would not carry out whatever orders were given." Fuller went on, "I guess that's the one ironic thing about this. I could be down there confronting my wife with the protest sign that I made. That's my job." Fuller is not the first officer to experience this ambivalence. The police, whose job consists in large part of controlling the working class and protecting the interests of the rich, are themselves nevertheless often of working class extraction and endure many of the frustrations of wage labor. As individuals, their sympathy for striking workers might be expected, but as a body as the police, their role in repressing the labor movement has been a defining element of the institution's development. Backing up labor. In times of open class conflict, the cops have not generally been on the side of the strikers. That was true in Chicago in 1886, and in Lawrence in 1912, in San Francisco and Minneapolis in 1934, Detroit in 1995, Charleston in 2000, and in dozens of other massacres and thousands of picket line skirmishes. Nevertheless, there have been exceptions, historic moments when the police sided with the workers. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, local cops repeatedly proved unreliable in the face of labor unrest, placing personal or class loyalty above the demands of the job. That was especially true in small towns where the cops had social and familial ties with the strikers. For example, in June 1874, the mayor and sheriff of Braidwood, Illinois refused to deputize Pinkerton guards. Instead, they deputized striking miners, disarmed the Pinkertons, and arrested strike breakers. The most famous case, thanks to the John Sayles movie, is that of Matteawan, West Virginia, where Police Chief Sid Hatfield was himself a former miner. During the 1920 strike, Hatfield enforced the law in ways that favored the workers, and ultimately engaged in a shootout with Baldwin Felt's agency goons working for the mine owners. He was acquitted of murder charges, but later assassinated by detective company gunmen. Even in cities, where the police were more removed from the larger community, cops did sometimes refuse to move against strikers. During a 1902 streetcar strike, the mayor of the Providence suburb Pawtucket openly sided with the striking workers, and the police did almost nothing to impede their activities. That same year, in New Orleans, the police didn't just stand aside, but actually attacked the scabs, arresting them on weapons charges and, as one newspaper put it, slamming them about unmercifully. Police in Richmond, Virginia faced criticism for their sympathetic handling of a 1903 streetcar strike, and the sheriff of nearby Henrico was even tried for neglect of duty. According to the Virginia Passenger and Power Company, which made the complaint, Sheriff Simon Solomon provided no protection for the streetcars, refused the militia's assistance, and arrested scabs who had bravely fought in defense of their lives against striking workers. He was acquitted. In 1907, after scabs shot into a crowd of strikers, the San Francisco chief of police declared, "If any strike breakers start shooting, they will be shot in return by the police." 13 scabs were later arrested for their part in the incident. In 1913, nearly 30 Indianapolis cops refused to ride streetcars during a strike, citing Mayor Samuel Shank's public support for the strike. They managed to avoid discipline. During the 1919 steel strike, Cleveland Mayor Harry Davis ordered police to treat scabs as suspicious persons. Likewise, During the 1934 Milwaukee Electric Railway and Light Company strike, Mayor Daniel Hone ordered the arrest of 150 strike breakers. Historian James Richardson discerns a pattern in the way the cops handled strikes. The police tended to follow the lines of power. If the authorities favored the workers or were at least neutral, the police remained neutral. If on the other hand, political leaders and newspapers viewed the strikers as un-American radicals or a threat to the town's prosperity, then the police acted as agents of employers in their strike-breaking activities. Breaking ranks. However, there have also been times when the police took their own initiative in supporting strikers, disobeying orders, and even facing discipline. In 1877, police in Paterson, New Jersey, refused to participate in anti-strike activities. In Buffalo, sympathetic cops were suspended during the 1892 Switchmen's strike. Chicago police declined to interfere with the destruction of property during the Pullman strike of 1894, and even contributed to the Workers' Relief Committee. An entire unit was suspended in response. In Cleveland, 1896, cops were suspended and fined when they disregarded orders to move against striking workers. In Columbus, 1910, 32 patrolmen and 23 special officers, about a quarter of the police force, were suspended when they refused orders to protect scabs. In 1916, 5 NYPD patrolmen were fired for refusing to guard trains during a transit strike. And in 1929, 5 New Orleans cops resigned rather than help break a streetcar strike there. In 1974, Baltimore police, in violation of state law, went on strike in solidarity with the city's AFSCME workers. Looting broke out, the governor sent in the state police, and the strike was defeated. The police union was fined $25,000 and its president fined another $10,000. More recently, during the 1997 UPS strike, Terry Martin, president of the Houston Police Patrolmen's Union, issued a memo urging zero tolerance for strike breaking. He advised officers, do everything possible to get that UPS scab truck off the road. In Portland, where I live, I once saw a police sergeant refuse to clear a crowd of supporters of the Industrial Workers of the World, IWW, out of the lobby of a hotel in the midst of a labor dispute. He told the owner, "We enforce the criminal law, not labor law." In that case, the owner went over his head, and an hour later the riot squad showed up, led by a lieutenant. Discipline and coercion. Of course, those cases are notable precisely because they are exceptions. More typically, police have responded to strikes with surveillance, harassment, arrests, and violence. In his book Policing a Class Society, Sidney Herring cites several mechanisms that serve to maintain the obedience of the police during strikes. These include racism and ethnic divisions, disdain for unskilled or low-wage workers, organizational norms and discipline, the law and order ideology, the criminalization of strike activity, and incentives such as overtime pay or bonuses. Most of these work by using the personal biases and institutional culture of the police to undercut their sympathy for disobedient workers, especially when those workers are immigrants or people of color. Furthermore, those officers who participate in strike duty may receive added financial rewards, while those who avoid strike duty may lose the respect of their peers or face punishment. This combination of coercion, compensation, and ideological justification have mostly worked to keep the cops following their orders and breaking strikes. But the minority of cases, those in which these controls didn't hold, deeply worried the authorities. Individual refusals or small mutinies could be handled by the usual methods of discipline. But where the state's coercive apparatus showed signs of systemic failure, the authorities have been quick to make new arrangements. The move away from the militia system is a case in point. During the Great Railroad Strike of 1877, while some militia units simply massacred strikers, others lent various levels of support to the workers' cause. In several Pennsylvania towns, Harrisburg, Morristown, and Altoona, the militia surrendered to the Union. Militiamen openly fraternized with striking workers in Newark, Ohio and Hornellsville, New York. In Lebanon, Pennsylvania, the militia mutinied. And in Reading, one militia company intervened against another to protect the strikers. If you fire at the mob, we'll fire at you. It was the experience of this strike that led to the reorganization of the traditional militia system into the modern, more militarized National Guard, arguably, a change of constitutional magnitude. Similarly, it was the unreliability of small-town cops in cracking down on labor that led private companies in Pennsylvania to form the Coal and Iron Police, beginning in 1865. This was a private force, controlled by the railroads and mining companies, but deputized by the state in exchange for a fee of $1 per officer. In 1905, following the Great Anthracite Strike, this private army was first supplemented and eventually replaced by the first modern state police force, the Pennsylvania State Constabulary. The State Constabulary was designed as a strike-breaking force and organized along military lines. The men were recruited from throughout the state to diminish local loyalties. They were housed in barracks to prevent the formation of community bonds. And they were rigorously trained, strictly disciplined, and drilled in military tactics. The Pennsylvania State Federation of Labor called them Cossacks. Institutionalized conflict and vertical solidarity. We've seen far fewer instances of police/labor alliances since the 1930s. Ironically, however, this decline in solidarity has less to do with militarized repression than with the institutionalization of the labor movement on the one hand, and the creation of police unions on the other. On the first point, it's important to remember that before the National Labor Relations Act, unions were widely treated as criminal conspiracies, strikes as a form of extortion. Class war under such circumstances was something more than a metaphor. When unions were legalized, the focus of struggle moved off the streets and into the courts to the benefit of the bosses, in the long run. As Howard Zinn observed, unions were not wanted by employers, but they were more controllable, more stabilizing for the system than the wildcat strikes, the factory occupations of the rank and file. By 1946, GM's main demand in contract talks was union responsibility for uninterrupted production. In the new period of institutionalized unionism, there was less actual conflict, so the cops were less frequently presented with the question, which side are you on? Meanwhile, in the 1940s, police started to form their own unions. City leaders first responded by firing union supporters, but soon offered a path of least resistance that led away from the main body of the labor movement and toward police-only organizations. For example, in 1942, police commanders approved the creation of the Detroit Police Officers Association in order to undercut a union drive sponsored by the American Federation of Labor. Likewise, in New York, facing union-friendly court rulings and a Teamsters organizing campaign, administrators opted to negotiate with the existing, and more pliable, Patrolmen's Benevolent Association. This strategy diminished the possibility of solidarity between the cops and other public employees, and allowed local governments to treat police always as a special case. Cops are generally barred from striking, but they receive more generous pay, health, and retirement benefits. Furthermore, unions use the bargaining process to insulate the police from meaningful oversight and accountability. Contract negotiations become, as sociologist Margaret Levy puts it, an exercise in collusive bargaining, taking the outward appearance of conflict, while actually operating in terms of a union/management consensus. The result is a kind of vertical solidarity. The police unions and police management negotiate a unifying agenda. The unions then function both internally, as a mechanism for preserving the loyalty of the low-level officers, and externally, as the political arm of the police institution overall. The police union becomes, at once, the lobbying body, the media representatives, the fundraising mechanism, the electoral machine, and when they participate in demonstrations, the shock troops of the law and order agenda. Moreover, the police union can earn its keep by defending the indefensible, allowing commanders and civil authorities to distance themselves from controversies involving racial profiling or the use of force. Elected officials need only point to the union contract and insist that it is beyond their power to discipline the officers involved. The power of the police union lies largely in its ability to insulate individual officers, and thus the department as a whole, from political pressure, civilian oversight, and public accountability. One consequence, as sociologist Rodney Stark noted 40 years ago, was the emergence of the police as a self-conscious, organized, and militant political constituency, bidding for far-reaching political power in their own right. In broad terms, the police agenda has been right-wing, suspicious of social change, intolerant of disorder, hostile to individual or civil rights, punitive in its response to crime, and quick to justify the use of force. But as the recent events in Wisconsin show, when their interests are under attack, the police may be pushed, at least for a while, into alliance with the left. Limits and threats. The instances in which the police align with labor are remarkable precisely because they are exceptions. And as exceptions, they are short-lived, disconnected, isolated occurrences. Yet they point to a possible limit to the willingness of police officers, individually or as a group, to protect the interests of capitalists by repressing the legitimate demands of labor. The interesting thing about Wisconsin is not that the police eventually fell back into their usual role, but that they briefly threatened to depart from it. Ultimately, however, this fact may say less about the cops or their unions than about the severity of the change that Walker and the Republicans are seeking to impose, a change that does not only weaken, but draws into question the very existence of public sector unions. The threat to unions today is so severe that it has disrupted the normal institutional framework that manages and contains class conflict. The main purpose of that framework is to minimize social and economic disruption, and it has always protected the interests of the bosses better than those of the workers. Governor Walker may believe that by weakening the unions he can destroy the labor movement. What he risks, however, is freeing the movement from its institutional confines. The shifting position of the police is just one symptom of this destabilizing effect. It is because the new law limits the legal rights of unions that the ensuing crisis has opened space for increased militancy. What cannot be negotiated under the law will inevitably be settled by other means. Cops and the 99%, 2012, 109. The first weeks of the Occupy movement were punctuated by two incidents of police violence which, thanks to video, received widespread public attention. On September 24, 2011, in New York City, Deputy Inspector Anthony Bologna gratuitously pepper-sprayed nonviolent Occupy Wall Street protesters whom police had trapped in a kettle plastic net barriers used to contain crowds. 110 A month later and a continent away, on October 25 in Oakland, California, cops fired tear gas at Occupy protesters, hitting Iraq War veteran Scott Olson in the face and severely injuring him. They then attacked the medics who rushed to Olson's aid. 111. These are only the most famous in a long series of similar incidents. In November, Alternet ran a perverse sort of top 10 list, collecting images of unprovoked police attacks against Occupy, not only in New York and Oakland, the most visible centers of Occupy activity, but also Portland, Seattle, Davis, and Denver. They show cops using fists, clubs, tear gas, pepper spray, and concussion grenades against people who are peacefully seated, people who have gone limp, people who are simply walking away, and, as mentioned above, against people who have been trapped in police kettles and medics trying to treat the injured. They show police indiscriminately attacking crowds, using violence against very young people and against very old people, including 84-year-old retired school teacher, and self-described all-around troublemaker, Dorley Rainey. 112. Keep in mind that the list only represents the most circulated images, and that it was compiled in mid-November of that year, just 2 months into the movement. The police attacks are interesting, in part because the Occupy movement has been overwhelmingly peaceful, and in part because elements within it have pushed a slogan that police are part of the 99%. 113. Yet, in city after city, the cops responded to the peaceful encampments with violence. And that is, of course, exactly what we should have expected. To understand why, we need to look beyond slogans about the 99% and examine the role of the police in our society, which requires in turn some understanding of the way our society is organized. Percentages and classes. The 99% trope makes for clever propaganda, but analytically it is nearly useless. For one thing, 99% is merely a kind of metaphor to identify the aims of the Occupy movement, whatever they are, with the interests of the vast majority. It is just another way of saying the people or the masses. In fact, the 1% we've been hearing so much about lately only controls 34.6% of the country's wealth. I say only because the top 10% control 73.1%. The top 20% control 85.114. But the numbers are largely beside the point. To understand social and economic inequality, we need to think not only in terms of percentages, but in terms of classes. Whether 1% or 10%, the point is that at the top of our economic pyramid there is a group of people whose only function is to accumulate vast quantities of wealth that's called profit. They then use that profit to determine how resources will be allocated. As one might expect, some of that money goes toward making more money. That productive wealth is called capital, the people who control it are called capitalists, and this system, taken as a whole, is called capitalism. Now the capitalists, as we've seen, are the minority. The rest of us, the overwhelming majority, whether or not it is exactly 99%, have to rent ourselves out to the capitalists. This rent our wages is usually at a set rate, and, since the aim of the capitalists is to make money, it is almost always far less than the wealth that we actually produce. If the capitalists are good at what they do, then we workers make a little, and they take the rest. If they're bad at it, then they start to lose money, and since the whole idea is to make money, they close up shop and we lose our jobs. Or, as has been happening lately, the government just gives the capitalists money and maybe, but only maybe, we keep our jobs. 115. Now, if this all sounds like an enormous scam, well, you've got the right idea. Cops and capitalism. So what does that have to do with the cops? The role of the police, at its most basic, is to keep the system of extortion in place, and in particular, to keep it in place by using surveillance and violence to control those portions of the population most likely to cause it trouble. In other words, to control workers and poor people, and since the US is stratified by race as well as class, people of color in particular. This function goes back to the very origin of policing. The modern institution of the police force, as I argue in Our Enemies in Blue, evolved from an earlier type of organization called the slave patrols. These slave patrols were militia-based groups charged with keeping slaves on the plantations and, just as importantly, preventing revolts. Over the course of decades, the slave patrols gradually became professionalized and acquired additional responsibilities, transitioning just after the American Revolution into a body easily recognizable as a modern police force. 116. This dual social function, preserving racial and class inequality, is a much better indicator of what the police are going to do than are either the law or concerns about public safety. That function has remained remarkably stable over the 2 centuries since the institution emerged, even as laws have changed. For example, in terms of day-to-day policing, police enforced pass laws to prevent slaves from traveling, enforced legal segregation in the days of Jim Crow, and now in an era of legal equality they still engage in racial profiling, which has the effect of limiting the mobility of people of color and restricting their access to resources. 117. Similarly, in the 19th century, the cops enforced vagrancy laws, and today, without having to change their behavior in the least, they enforce laws against sleeping on the sidewalk, trespassing under bridges, and panhandling. It is no surprise, then, that collective action intended to address these social inequalities is met with police repression. The cops, historically, have been the enemies of both the labor movement and the civil rights movement. They've attacked picket lines, broken up demonstrations, raided offices, tapped phones, opened mail, sent informants and agents provocateurs into organizations, jailed organizers, and assassinated leaders. That's the job. That's what they do. Why should we expect any different? Police work and police unions. Well, the truth is that some people did expect different, or at least they hoped for something better. That was the impulse behind the slogan about police being part of the 99%. An uncharitable person might note that this mistake points to the vacuity of the 99% idea. However, one does also have to admit that, by some measures, the police may qualify as working class. They tend to come from working class families, they work for wages, have low social status, and are organized in unions. All of that plus, perhaps, the short-lived support some cops showed for labor demonstrations in Wisconsin early in 2011-18 may have led some in Occupy to expect that the cops would be on our side. What these rather optimistic observers failed to recognize, apparently, is the fact that the cops' job, in large part, is to monitor and control the working population. As I argued in Our Enemies in Blue, that leaves them in something of an ambivalent class position. 119 Patrol officers may stand at the bottom of their institutional hierarchy, but their profession, taken as a whole, has to be considered part of the managerial apparatus of capitalism. Wherever their personal sympathies may lie, their institutional role makes them the representatives and guardians of the interests of the capitalists. And curiously, the police union is one of the mechanisms that has developed to ensure they remain reliable in that role. Just as police work is not like other work, police unions are not like other unions. Following World War II, as cops began to show an interest in collective bargaining and other municipal employees gained the right to organize, police commanders very cannily opened an avenue that would simultaneously allow for negotiation and avoid the dangers of police joining a broader labor alliance. Police administrators started allowing, encouraging, or in some cases creating police-only unions. From the perspective of the local authorities, these police unions had several advantages. They institutionalized negotiations, which allowed conflict within the police department to be resolved through legalistic, routinized means. Further, separate unions meant that the police could be always treated as a special case during budget planning and contract talks, granting them pay, benefits, and pensions far better than those of other government workers. Police unions organized the cops as cops rather than as workers, encouraging an identification with the police institution as a whole and cementing a kind of vertical solidarity. And for all these reasons, police unions allowed local governments to keep the police in reserve, away from the main body of the labor movement, and ready to act against striking workers. The implication is that, while some cops may offer signs of support from a word of encouragement to a refusal to fire their tear gas, these actions should be appreciated for what they are, individual expressions of sympathy, or small acts of resistance. Their source will likely be the conscience of the officer, and the police union will usually not be the vehicle through which it finds expression. We should encourage this sort of dissent within the ranks, and, should the need arise, support whistleblowers or cops who refuse to perform riot duty. 120 But we should not kid ourselves about the ultimate significance of such acts, or their potential to blossom into mutiny. Most of these gestures are exactly that, gestures. They may mean something, but they don't necessarily do very much to change the situation. On the other hand, an abundance of sympathy for the police may have real consequences, not only in terms of discouraging militant resistance, but also in alienating people of color and anyone else who has good reason to mistrust people who try to align with the cops. My rather cynical take on the issue is this: to the degree that the cops identify with the workers, good. To the degree that the workers identify with the cops, bad. Crowd control, escalated force and negotiated management. I said earlier that we should have expected the police assault, but that's not to say that I did expect it. What I expected instead was that the first, mostly symbolic, fairly non-confrontational occupations would be ignored or face, at worst, pre-negotiated, symbolic arrests and therefore fade away owing to a combination of winter weather, strategic directionlessness, general boredom, and a growing sense of futility. 121. Instead, the cops decided to pour gasoline on what was initially a very small flame. Detective Bologna single-handedly pushed Occupy Wall Street into the headlines. 122, and suddenly Occupy was transformed from an ignorable constellation of tent cities into a political force that politicians had to grapple with. 123, police violence, in other words, made Occupy a political problem. That surprised me. Partly it surprised me because it seemed short-sighted, but mostly it surprised me because I thought the police had learned this lesson. During the Civil Rights and Vietnam War period, police generally responded to demonstrations with extremes of violence, not just arrests and billy clubs, but fire hoses, police dogs, and sometimes live ammunition. The violence did not surprise civil rights activists, it was, in fact, part of the plan. Their strategy relied on revealing the brutality of the Jim Crow South, shocking the conscience of the nation, meaning, really, white Northerners, and embarrassing the U.S. internationally. The more the cops responded with violence, the more people sympathized with the demonstrators and the more influence the movement. 1.124. In the decades that followed, the cops largely gave up their escalated force model for handling unrest and developed, instead, a strategy of negotiated management. That orientation, which predominated throughout the 80s and 90s, took a more flexible approach to political demonstrations. Rather than prohibit them, the cops sought to regulate them through permit requirements and agreements with responsible protest leaders. The cops would allow demonstrations, and even accommodate certain forms of civil disobedience, but in exchange, protesters were limited or, more often, they limited themselves to types of action that were minimally disruptive. 125. The peaceful protest/peaceful police ideal of the contemporary liberal fantasy looks back to this tradition of symbolic actions, symbolic arrests. The point to remember, however, is that the cops didn't adopt this approach out of concern for civil liberties. Their strategy changed, but their aims remained the same. They moved from hard tactics to soft ones because the soft tactics seemed like a better way of controlling, and therefore neutralizing, social movements. In some places, the cops seem to have adroitly adopted this approach to handling Occupy. 126. Not long ago, I found myself at lunch with a man who described himself as a fixer for the mayor of a mid-sized western city. He told me that, so long as the Occupy movement's actions remain symbolic, as in his city they aren't really that much of an issue. The protesters may symbolically break laws, and the cops may symbolically arrest them. No one gets hurt, nothing gets broken, and no one loses any money. The cops with their polite, peaceful, symbolic arrests are important to this strategy, but they are much less important than the protest organizers, with their polite, peaceful, symbolic tactics. As the fixer confided in me, he was, as liaison to the Occupy movement, in direct contact with some of the older people, guys in their 50s and 60s, and felt that they could be relied on to control the younger and more militant types. 127. It was interesting for me to see how well the authorities understood the situation, much better than the protesters. The fixer, the mayor, and probably the police recognized that, without a confrontation, the protests were largely meaningless, while protest leaders naively believed that by avoiding a confrontation they were actually winning. In fact, the protesters made police repression unnecessary by making themselves irrelevant. The protest could be tolerated precisely because it presented no challenge toward strategic incapacitation. Historically, negotiated management worked because both sides developed a shared set of expectations that nothing too serious would happen at demonstrations, and for the most part, nothing did. But as the civil rights movement had outsmarted escalated force, it fell to the anti-globalization movement to outsmart negotiated management. On November 30, 1999, tens of thousands of protesters converged in Seattle and, using direct action tactics largely developed over years of struggle in the environmental movement, blockaded the streets of downtown Seattle and disrupted the ministerial meeting of the World Trade Organization. The police, unprepared for the new paradigm of disruptive protest, 128 reverted to simple force. Over the next several years, police around the country embarked on a period of clumsy experimentation. From the outside, their actions often seemed strangely contradictory. For instance, at the 2000 Democratic National Convention in Los Angeles, police launched an unprovoked attack against a crowd listening to music in one of the permitted demonstration areas. A few days later, when dozens of protesters enacted a sit-in at the Ramparts station, an LAPD commander accepted a list of their demands, and shook their hands while politely placing them under arrest. 129. Slowly, the police fumbled their way toward a new strategy, which John Noakes and Patrick Gillum describe as strategic incapacitation. 130. This new approach incorporates some of the features of negotiated management, selectively applied to cooperative protesters, but, instead of being established through negotiation, the conditions for demonstrations are unilaterally dictated by the police. At the same time, the cops also employ many of the coercive tactics associated with escalated force. These, too, are applied selectively, targeting groups the cops consider potentially disruptive. By definition, anyone who doesn't cooperate with their process or abide by their rules. But strategic incapacitation is not just a blend of the two older forms. It also includes extensive surveillance, the management of space to restrict movement and contain public assemblies, the sharing of information between police departments and other agencies, and focused campaigns to shape public perception of the protests through the news media. 131. Within this framework, the attacks on the Occupy encampments make some sense. Though the camps were, by any sober evaluation, purely symbolic and no real threat to anyone, they had positioned themselves outside the police-regulated channels of managed protest. In a sense, they represented a rejection of the cops' right to dictate the conditions under which free speech occurs, and at the same time, they embodied the public's right to control urban space. In other words, the police had switched the game, and the Occupy movement switched it again. Therefore the occupiers were, in the eyes of the cops, disruptive bad protesters. Notice that this assessment has nothing whatsoever to do with the question of violence or nonviolence, or even really with basic legality, since the constitutional guarantees of the right to peacefully assemble ought, in theory, to trump local ordinances against sleeping in parks. What happened next should have been perfectly predictable. The cops attacked. They attacked violently, in coordinated raids. They used tear gas, billy clubs, pepper spray, horses. They confiscated tents and made arrests. They attacked in the press, with horror stories about crime and disease and armed insurgents hiding in the encampments. They followed with campaigns of persistent harassment against people they considered troublemakers, and tried to co-opt more moderate leaders. 132. The Occupy movement responded, at least initially, by escalating its tactics. In some places, Portland and Oakland are two that I know of, people physically confronted the police to defend the camps. It was a losing battle, but an important one. Later, the camps gone, the occupiers moved on to launch simultaneous blockades of the major West Coast ports. They said, in effect, "You wanna see disruption? We'll show you some disruption." Conclusions. This discussion has several implications for social movements, including but not limited to Occupy. One is that social movements pose a threat largely through their potential for disruption. The cops' job is to neutralize that threat through managerial means if possible, through direct coercion if necessary. Questions about violence or sabotage or black blocs are in that sense secondary to the question of disruption or non-confrontation. It's important to realize that the police change their tactics, and they largely do so in response to changes in the movements they're confronting. The cops adapt to meet new challenges, which means that social movements have to innovate in order to regain the advantage. We can't just do the same thing over and over again. We have to change the game if we want to win it. Occupy Wall Street found and exploited by accident, I suspect a flaw in the strategic incapacitation approach, and revealed that it had many of the same problems as escalated force. The movement's use of nonviolent civil disobedience triggered a police response that was discrediting to the state and won sympathy for the demonstrators. It also, not incidentally, set the stage for more disruptive and more militant action later on. The larger point to remember is that the violence used against the Occupy movement is in no way exceptional. It is simply part of the normal operation of the police force. It is not just a matter of the excesses of ill-disciplined or overzealous officers. It is a core function of the institution. The violence police use against activists is only an extension of the violence they use routinely. Aside from the question of scale, there's nothing unusual about it, and it is not particularly worse than normal policing. Usually, the cops work in ones or twos, spread out over a large geographic area. Occasionally, they work in large groups concentrated in a small area. 133 But the work is the same. The cops are using surveillance and violence to manage troublesome populations and hence to preserve the system of white supremacy and capitalism. For all of these reasons, it is clear that any movement that looks to challenge the existing social order, to challenge the fact of gross inequality, will inevitably face repression at the hands of the police. From this, then, I conclude that any movement interested in pushing our society in the direction of greater equality needs, as an inherent part of its work, to position itself in opposition to the police. It is not enough to complain when the police attack our demos, if we are not also objecting when the police attack entire neighborhoods. Not only is it unprincipled to treat protest groups as a special case, it is also short-sighted. Ordinary policing, the kind that happens in neighborhood streets, away from crowds and television cameras, is also political. It is political in the sense that it targets already powerless people. And it is political in the sense that it helps to keep them powerless. It limits their movement, it monitors their associations, it leads them disproportionately into court and then prison, and thus it disrupts their lives, limits their future prospects, and destabilizes their communities. As I hope I've made clear, none of that is accidental. It is, in fact, an inherent aspect of our system of extreme inequality. Therefore, the struggle for equality and opposition to policing are mutually inextricable. Just as any effort to address inequality has to be prepared to confront the question of police violence, and for precisely the same reason any answer to police brutality will have to address the more fundamental problems of inequality. Part 3. Repression and Counterinsurgency. The Other Side of the Coin, Counterinsurgency and Community Policing, 2011, 134. Introduction. Expect repression. Oppositional political movements inevitably face and therefore ought to expect repression at the hands of the state. But while quick to condemn the most obvious and violent manifestations of this repression, especially when directed against peaceful groups, the institutionalized left has been slow to grasp the strategy underlying the state's approach. 135. We tend to see repression as the state's response to crisis, rather than seeing it also as a means to preserving normalcy. Hence, it has been very difficult to recognize it in quiet times, and when it does appear it seems like an exception, an excess, a panicked overreaction. But repression does not always come dressed up in riot gear, or breaking into offices in the middle of the night. It also comes in the form of the friendly neighborhood liaison officer, the advisory boards to local police departments, and the social scientist hired on as a consultant. Repression is, first and foremost, a matter of politics. It is the means the state uses to protect itself from political challenges, the methods it employs to preserve its authority and continue its rule. This process does not solely rely on force, but also mobilizes ideology, material incentives, and, in short, all of the tools and techniques of statecraft. We have to understand repression as involving both coercion and concessions, employing violence and building support, weeding opposition and seeding legitimacy. That is the basis of the counterinsurgency approach. This essay outlines the counterinsurgency model, coin in the military jargon, with an emphasis on its domestic application, especially in the criminal justice context. The evidence shows that, despite the term's association with colonialism and Latin American dirty wars, many contemporary counterinsurgency practices were developed by police agencies inside the United States and continue to be used against the domestic population. The argument proceeds through 5 stages. Part 1 describes the counterinsurgency approach as it is presented in military documents and the professional literature, especially the current U.S. Army Counterinsurgency Field Manual, FM 3-24, and recent studies produced by the RAND Corporation. 136 The second part illustrates the transfer of coin theory, strategy, technique, and personnel from the military to the police, and vice versa. The third shows specifically how anti-gang efforts in American cities are shaping and being shaped by military coin operations abroad. Part 4 examines the state's use of non-governmental or non-profit agencies, alongside military and police action, to channel and control opposition. And finally, the conclusion considers some implications for social movements, in particular those of the left, in their efforts to overcome repression and achieve political change. In this context, the title "The Other Side of the Coin" has 3 distinct meanings, which correspond to the main themes of my argument. First, it refers to the strategic pairing of direct coercion and subtle legitimacy-building activities. Second, it points to the joint development of military operations overseas and police control domestically. And third, it reminds us that when the authorities turn to counterinsurgency, it is because they fear that insurgency is brewing. Wars, especially revolutionary wars, have 2 sides. The state understands that there is a war underway. It is time that the left learns to see it. Part 1. Repression, Counterinsurgency, and the State. One of my objectives in this paper is to broaden and deepen our understanding of repression. I hope to show how repression functions in the course of the normal operations of the liberal state, and to demonstrate its effects in contexts that are not usually thought of as repressive, or even necessarily as political. At the same time, however, I am not seeking to redefine repression, but simply to apply the standard definitions with greater consistency, so I am employing the term in its usual political sense, referring to the process by which those in power try to keep themselves in power by consciously attempting to destroy or render harmless organizations and ideologies that threaten their power. 137. Counterinsurgency is not simply synonymous with repression, but has a narrow, technical meaning, which of course relies on the definition of insurgency. U.S. Army Field Manual 3-24, Counterinsurgency, explains. An insurgency is an organized movement aimed at the overthrow of a constituted government through the use of subversion and armed conflict. Stated another way, an insurgency is an organized, protracted politico-military struggle designed to weaken the control and legitimacy of an established government, occupying power or other political authority while increasing insurgent control. The definition of counterinsurgency logically follows. Counterinsurgency is military, paramilitary, political, economic, psychological, and civic actions taken by a government to defeat insurgency. 138. Ends and means, legitimacy and statecraft. Counterinsurgency, then, refers to both a type of war and a style of warfare. The term describes a kind of military operation outside of conventional Army vs. Army warfighting, and is sometimes called low-intensity or asymmetrical combat. But counterinsurgency also describes a particular perspective on how such operations ought to be managed. This style of warfare is characterized by an emphasis on intelligence, security, and peacekeeping operations, population control, propaganda, and efforts to gain the trust of the people. This last point is the crucial one. As FM 3-24 declares, legitimacy is the main objective. 139. The primary aim of counterinsurgency is political. 140. That's why, in the context of the American occupation of Iraq, we heard career officers arguing that victory in combat is only a penultimate step in the larger task of winning the peace. 141. And it's the need for legitimacy that they're referring to when they say that military action is necessary, but it is not sufficient. There needs to be a political aspect. 142. The political ends rely in large part on political means. As David Gompert and John Gordon write in one RAND report. In coin, the outcomes are decided mainly in the human dimension, by the contested population, and the capabilities of opposing armed forces are only one factor in determining those outcomes. The people will decide whether the state or the insurgents offer a better future, and to a large extent which of the two will be given the chance. 143. Their report is titled, appropriately, War by Other Means. War, as Clausewitz observed, is politics by other means. And politics, as Foucault reasoned, is war by other means. 144. But in counterinsurgency, the means are not so other. In coin, war fighting is characterized by the same elements as state building, establishing legitimacy, controlling territory, and monopolizing violence. 145. Consequently, the newness of counterinsurgency is in some respects debatable. Clearly there is nothing new about repression. And the combination of force and legitimacy is a lot of what makes a state a state. But, as one participant in a 1962 RAND symposium on counterinsurgency recalled, at that time there was already a distinctive coin perspective emerging, and it was a minority view. Probably all of us had worked out theories of counterinsurgency procedures at one time or another, which we thought were unique and original. But when we came to air them, all our ideas were essentially the same. We had another thing in common. Although we had no difficulty in making our views understood to each other, we had mostly been unable to get our respective armies to hoist in the message. 146. Clearly, then, something was new. What sets coin apart from other theories of repression, I believe, is the self-conscious acknowledgement that the state needs legitimacy to stabilize its rule, and that under conditions of insurgency its legitimacy is slipping. In other words, from the perspective of counterinsurgency, resistance is not simply a matter of the population, or portions of it, refusing to cooperate with the state's agenda. Resistance comes as a consequence of the state failing to meet the needs of the population. It is possible, therefore, to see coin as representing a liberal 147 or even radical politics. 148. Yet such apologetics miss the larger point. As a matter of realpolitik, the authorities have to respond in some manner to popular demands. However, coin allows them to do so in a way that at least preserves, and in the best case amplifies, their overall control. The purpose of counterinsurgency is to prevent any real shift in power. Counterinsurgency is all about preserving, or reclaiming, the state's authority. Violence and territory are inherent to the project, but it is really legitimacy, the consent of the governed, societal support that separates the winners from the losers. 149. As Gompert and Gordon put it, the key in coin is not to monopolize force but to monopolize legitimate force. 150. The strictly military aspects of the counterinsurgency campaign are, of course, necessary, but so are the softer, subtler efforts to bolster public support for the government. Both types of activities have to be understood as elements of political power. Theories of repression. Because they see insurgency as primarily a crisis of legitimacy, the RAND researchers argue that, conceptually, the war on terror has been a mistake, first, because it identified terror as the problem, and second, because it proposed war as the solution. The idea of GWOT, the Global War on Terror, has fixed official U.S. attention on terrorists, with insufficient regard for the hostility that exists among vastly larger numbers of Muslims. The indelible image of jihadists scheming alone in remote mountain caves is less the reality of Islamic insurgency than is far larger numbers of jihadists moving freely among Muslim populations. Terror inspired by Islamic extremism is part of a larger pattern of Muslim resistance that has significant popular appeal. Therefore, terrorism cannot be defeated unless the insurgencies in which it is embedded are successfully countered. Thus, the solution requires, not just military might, but intelligence, political action, civil assistance, and other non-military means that might curb Islamic militancy more effectively and at less cost and risk than simple combat. 151 The proposed solution, in other words, follows logically from the analysis of the problem. Counterinsurgency, therefore, cannot be understood as a rigid formula to be implemented by rote, it must be sensitive to the details of the particular insurgency it is facing. And as important, counterinsurgency operations have to adapt and develop as the insurgency does. Stages of insurgency. In its adoption of coin theory, it seems that the US is slowly relearning the lessons of the British colonial wars. In 1971, British Brigadier Frank Kitson looked back on his efforts at holding the empire together in places like Kenya, Cyprus, and Northern Ireland. He observed, "Looking in retrospect at any counter-subversion or counterinsurgency campaign, it is easy to see that the first step should have been to prevent the enemy from gaining an ascendancy over the civil population, and in particular to disrupt his efforts at establishing his political organization. In practice this is difficult to achieve because for a long time the government may be unaware that a significant threat exists, and in any case in a so-called free country it is regarded as the opposite of freedom to restrain the spread of a political idea." 152. Concerns with liberty aside, Kitson recommended that the government act to restrict the spread of ideas, prevent radicals from achieving influence, and disrupt their efforts to establish oppositional organizations. War by other means offers a similar analysis. According to Gompert and Gordon, revolutions, and thus counter-revolutions, go through three stages: a proto-insurgency, a small-scale insurgency, and major insurgency. 153 At first, in the proto-insurgency stage the movement is small, narrowly based, vulnerable, and incapable of widespread or large-scale violence. Proto-insurgents may be barely noticeable, not seen as having the potential to inspire insurgency, or dismissed as criminals or inconsequential crackpots. Therefore, during proto-insurgency, the most important aspect of COIN is to understand the group, its goals, its ability to tap popular grievances, and its potential. In turn, shaping the proto-insurgency's environment, especially by improving governance in the eyes of the population, may deny it wider support. In the second stage, as a small-scale insurgency, the movement begins attracting followers beyond its original cadre, and it may commit more daring and destructive acts against the state, not, yet, with a view toward replacing it, but to demonstrate its capabilities, be taken seriously by the population, and recruit. For the government, therefore, shaping political and economic conditions to head off popular support for the insurgency is imperative. Direct military intervention is not recommended. As long as the insurgency is still small, action against it can and should remain a police and intelligence responsibility. If the movement survives, it may develop into a major insurgency. While it is still essential that the state gain information on the movement and intervene to shape social conditions, at this stage, forceful action against the insurgents by regular military units may be unavoidable. 154. The social science of repression. Rand advocates early preemptive action short of direct military force. The problem is that at the first stage subversion is not obvious and the state may not know that a threat exists. Worse, the real threat must be understood as extending beyond the insurgents themselves, the militants, radicals, and subversives, to include the grievances they seek to address and the social conditions that produce those grievances. To meet the challenges of counterinsurgency, the security forces have had to shift their understanding of intelligence. Since the cause of the conflict is not just a subversive conspiracy, but necessarily connects to the broader features of society, the state's agents cannot simply ferret out the active conspirators, but need to aim at a broad understanding of the social system. The U.S. Army Field Manual on Counterinsurgency, FM 3-24, incorporates this perspective, arguing that strategists require insight into cultures, perceptions, values, beliefs, interests, and decision-making processes of individuals and groups. 155. This sort of intelligence work is concerned with questions that are primarily sociological. 156 And so, a great deal of FM 3-24 is dedicated to explicating basic social science terms like group, coercive force, and social capital. In fact, the entirety of Appendix B is devoted to explaining social network analysis and other analytic tools. It offers this picture of how such analysis is practiced. A social network is not just a description of who is in the insurgent organization, it is a picture of the population, how it is put together and how members interact with one another. To draw an accurate picture of a network, units need to identify ties among its members. Strong bonds formed over time by family, friendship, or organizational association characterize these ties. Units gather information on these ties by analyzing historical documents and records, interviewing individuals, and studying photos and books. 157. The security forces can no longer focus narrowly on the hunt for subversives or terrorists, but must also collect information on the population as a whole. Intelligence and coercion. As one RAND report explains, counterinsurgency requires that the security forces collect both information on specific individuals and information in which the actions or opinions of thousands, perhaps even millions, of people are highlighted. Why collect such information, the researchers ask. The answer they provide is quite revealing. Properly analyzed, the data can be used in 5 types of activity. 1. Police and military operations such as sweeps, roadblocks, or arrests. 2. Assessments of progress in the counterinsurgency campaign, how many people have been hurt or killed in the war, what kind of crimes are being committed, who is getting employment and where, and who is staying put or leaving the country. 3. The provision of public services, whether security and safety services, example an efficient 911 system, or social services, example healthcare, education, and public assistance. 4. Identifying insurgents, distinguish those willing to help from those eager to hurt, and 5. The coercion of individuals for purposes of winning cooperation and recruiting informants. Information about individuals may be necessary to persuade each one to help the government rather than helping the insurgents. This last point shows something of the recursive relationship between intelligence and coercion. In an insurgency, both sides rely on the cooperation of the populace, therefore they compete for it, in part through coercive means. Those uncommitted to either side should weigh the possibility that the act of informing or even interacting with one side may bring down the wrath of the other side. Whoever is best able to make good on this threat will, according to the theory, receive the best information. The balance of coercion dictates the balance of intelligence. 158. Hunting the elf. John Allison, an anthropologist briefly enrolled in the U.S. Army's Human Terrain System program, received a stark education in the political uses of such intelligence. Allison resigned in protest amidst war game exercises involving military action in Lakeland, an imaginary secessionist state to the northeast of Kansas City. In this training scenario, human terrain teams are sent into Lakeland in response to unrest, specifically anti-coal actions by the Sierra Club and more radical groups, including the Earth Liberation Front. The human terrain team students were assigned the following tasks. 1. Find out more details on the criminal activity. 2. Find out the best conduits to pass information, psyops and info-ops, to the local population. 3. Produce a research plan to understand the situation at the Eaton power plant, people's concerns, desires, etc., and identify those who were problem solvers and those who were problem causers, and the rest of the population whom would be the target of the information operations to move their center of gravity toward that set of viewpoints and values which was the desired end state of the military's strategy. 159. Meanwhile, in the real world, law enforcement agencies were engaging in a decade-long campaign broadly targeting the environmental and animal rights movements. Much of the police action has seemed ham-fisted and ridiculous, as when the FBI sent agents to photograph 2 people handing out leaflets about vegetarianism. 160. but the peak of the campaign was marked by Operation Backfire, a set of coordinated arrests launched in December 2005. The Backfire defendants were accused of a series of Earth Liberation Front and Animal Liberation Front arsons from the late 1990s activities the FBI characterized as domestic terrorism. 161 Ultimately 16 people were sent to prison, serving sentences ranging from 3 to 13 years, one other William Rogers killed himself soon after his arrest. 162. The investigation into the ELF started to gain traction in 2001 when a woman in Eugene, Oregon called the police to report her truck stolen. She named her roommate, Jacob Ferguson, as the likely thief, and the police, noticing that the theft coincided with an arson at an SUV dealership, deduced that Ferguson might have started the fire. Both the roommate and the cops were mistaken, but the error proved lucky for law enforcement. Twice Ferguson was called before a grand jury and, in 2004, when the cops finally threatened him with prosecution, he offered them information on more than a dozen Earth Liberation Front and Animal Liberation Front actions, naming the people involved. Ultimately, he would provide details on 22 separate acts of sabotage. Ferguson then spent months traveling the country and wearing a wire to collect evidence for prosecutions. He recorded 88 hours of audio, representing 40 conversations. After each new arrest, the police pressed the suspects for information on others. A few of those arrested fought the charges, or plead guilty without implicating anyone else. Most, however, gave evidence against their comrades in exchange for lighter sentencing. 163. Backfire succeeded largely thanks to a single lucky break, followed by a systematic effort to turn activists into informants. But to be able to take advantage of their good fortunes, the cops needed a substantial amount of more general background information about the community they were investigating. That effort started at least as early as 1999. The anarchist journal Rolling Thunder describes the approach. What we know of the early Backfire investigation points to a strategy of generalized monitoring and infiltration. While investigators used increasingly focused tools and strategies as the investigation gained steam, for example, sending cooperating witnesses wearing body wires to talk to specific targets, they started out by sifting through a whole demographic of countercultural types. Police accumulated tremendous amounts of background information even while failing to penetrate the circles in which direct action was organized. The approximately 30,000 pages of discovery in the Oregon cases contain a vast amount of gossip and background information on quite a few from the Eugene community. 164. It's likely that the documents released in preparation for trial are only one small portion of the information actually collected. Circumstantial evidence suggests that at least some of the Backfire defendants were subject to warrantless wiretaps managed by the National Security Agency. 165. Part 2. Military/policing exchanges. In August 2011, British Prime Minister David Cameron called William Bratton to ask his advice concerning the riots sweeping the UK following a police shooting. That is a curious and revealing fact, especially as Bratton's reputation as police chief in New York, then in Los Angeles, was not built on his handling of riots or his response to controversial police shootings. He is known, instead, for declaring war on panhandlers and gangs. Given Bratton's heavy-handed zero-tolerance approach and tough guy reputation, his advice was also notable. Community policing is the philosophy that saved America in the 1990s, he told the BBC. It's about partnership, the police working with the community. 166. The community policing paradigm. In my book Our Enemies in Blue, the chapter titled Your Friendly Neighborhood Police State is devoted to the argument that the two major developments in American policing since the 1960s, militarization and community policing, are actually two aspects of a domestic counterinsurgency program. I summed up the idea with a simple equation: community policing plus militarization equals counterinsurgency. 167. In the last few years, the counterinsurgency literature has made this point explicit. For example, war by other means lists, among the law enforcement capabilities, considered to be high priority in COIN, well-trained and well-led community police and quick response, light combat capable, constabulary, Police 168. Similarly, a Joint Special Operations University report, Policing and Law Enforcement in COIN, the thick blue line, purports. The predominant ways of utilizing police and law enforcement within a COIN strategy, consist of the adoption of the community policing approach supported by offensive policing actions such as paramilitary operations, counter-guerrilla patrolling, pseudo-operations in which state forces pose as insurgent groups, and raids. 169. The advantages the state receives from each aspect are fairly clear. Militarization increases available force, but as important, it also provides increased discipline and command and control. It reorders the police agency to allow for better coordination and teamwork, while also opening space for local initiative and officer discretion. Community policing, meanwhile, helps to legitimize police efforts by presenting cops as problem solvers. It forms police-driven partnerships that put additional resources at their disposal and win the cooperation of community leaders. And, by increasing daily, friendly contacts with people in the neighborhood, community policing provides a direct supply of low-level intelligence. 170. These are not incidental features of community policing, these aspects speak to the real purpose. In fact, Rand goes so far as to present community policing as its paradigm for counterinsurgency. Pacification is best thought of as a massively enhanced version of the community policing technique that emerged in the 1970s. Community policing is centered on a broad concept of problem solving by law enforcement officers working in an area that is well defined and limited in scale, with sensitivity to geographic, ethnic, and other boundaries. Patrol officers form a bond of trust with local residents, who get to know them as more than a uniform. The police work with local groups, businesses, churches, and the like to address the concerns and problems of the neighborhood. Pacification is simply an expansion of this concept to include greater development and security assistance. 171. The military's use of police theory, in particular the adoption of a community policing perspective, shows a cyclical exchange between the various parts of the national security apparatus. The cycle of violence, imports and exports. Domestically, the unrest of the 1960s left the police in a difficult position. The cops' response to the social movements of the day, the civil rights and anti-war movements especially, had cost them dearly in terms of public credibility, elite support, and officer morale. Frequent and overt recourse to violence, combined with covert, often illegal, surveillance, infiltration, and disruption, had not only failed to squelch the popular movements, it had also diminished trust in law enforcement. The police needed to reinvent themselves, and the first place they looked for models was the military. The birth of the paramilitary unit, the SWAT team, was one result. 172. A new, more restrained, crowd control strategy was another. 173. Military training, tactics, equipment, and weaponry made their way into domestic police departments, as did veterans returning from Vietnam, and, more subtly, military approaches to organization, deployment, and command and control. Police strategists specifically began studying counterinsurgency and counter-guerrilla warfare. 174. At the same time, and seemingly incongruously, police were also beginning to experiment with a softer, more friendly type of law enforcement: foot patrols, neighborhood meetings, police-sponsored youth activities, and attention to quality of life issues quite apart from crime. A few radical criminologists saw this for what it was: a domestic hearts and minds campaign. As the Iron Fist and the Velvet Glove pointed out, like the similar techniques developed in the 60s to maintain the overseas empire, on which many of the new police techniques were patterned, these new police strategies represent an attempt to streamline and mystify the repressive power of the state, not to minimize it or change its direction. The forms of repression may change, but their functions remain the same. 175. Both militarization and community policing arose at the same time, and in response to the same social pressures. And, whereas the military largely neglected COIN in the period following defeat in Vietnam, the police kept practicing, and developing, its techniques. Decades later, facing insurgencies in Iraq and Afghanistan, the military turned to police for ideas. 176. The lines of influence move in both directions. Statistical control. Among the police innovations that coin theorists recommend for military use are, the neighborhood watch, embedded video, computerized intelligence files, and statistical analysis. 177. The last pair are particularly interesting. In Biting Back, Martin Libicki explains the utility of statistical analysis programs, pointing to New York's CompStat, computerized statistics, system as an example. 178. By compiling crime reports, analyzing the emerging statistics, and presenting the information on precinct-level maps, CompStat enabled police administrators to identify high crime areas, deploy their officers strategically, and measure the progress of their efforts. Though its effect on actual crime is debatable, CompStat certainly served as the organizational keystone for the NYPD's citywide crackdown during the Giuliani years. 179. Since that time, other departments around the country have adopted similar systems. 180. The Los Angeles Police Department's system was proposed by Shannon Paulson, a police sergeant and a Navy intelligence reservist. It was implemented under Chief William Bratton, who had previously introduced CompStat in New York. In LA, street cops carry a checklist of 65 suspicious activities, behaviors such as taking measurements, using binoculars, drawing diagrams, making notes, or expressing extremist views. Officers are required to file reports whenever they see such things, even if no crime has been committed. The suspicious activity reports are then routed through the nearest fusion center, the Joint Regional Intelligence Center, where they are compiled, analyzed, and shared with other agencies including local and national law enforcement agencies, the military, and private corporations. The Los Angeles Police, along with the U.S. Directorate of National Intelligence, are hoping to replicate the system in 62 other cities around the country, beginning with Boston, Chicago, and Miami. 181. Mapping Muslims. Coin changes, not only the type of information the authorities are seeking, but also the means they use to collect it. A RAND report on information warfare in counterinsurgency emphasizes, even during a security operation, the information needed for counterinsurgency is as much or more about context, population, and perceptions as it is about the hostile force. Only a small fraction of the information needed would likely be secret information gathered by secret means from secret sources. 182. The report suggests a few specific mechanisms for collecting broad-based information, tracking cell phone use, conducting a national registry census, installing vehicle and weapon-mounted video cameras, and analyzing internet sites, in particular, creating a national wiki, where citizens describe their community. 183. The U.S. government's mapping of the American Muslim population should be viewed in this light. In 2002 and 2003, the Department of Homeland Security requested and received statistical data, sorted by zip code and nationality, on people who identified themselves as Arab in the 2000 census. 184. And in February 2003, FBI Director Robert Mueller ordered all 56 Bureau field offices to create demographic profiles of their areas of operation, specifically including the number of mosques. One Justice Department official explained that the demographics would be used to set performance goals and objectives for anti-terror efforts and electronic surveillance. 185. Civil liberties groups compared the program to the first steps in the internment of Japanese Americans during World War II. 186. A notion that seems less than hyperbolic if we recall that, during this same period, 700 Middle Eastern immigrants were arrested as they complied with new registration rules. More than 1,200 were detained without explanation or trial following the September 11 attacks, and thousands more were interviewed under FBI orders. 187. Meanwhile, the FBI has sent infiltrators into mosques throughout the country to root out or sometimes, to set up terror cells. 188. Years later, in 2007, the LAPD began planning its own mapping program, dressed in the rhetoric of community policing. As the LA Times reported, the Los Angeles Police Department's Counterterrorism Bureau proposed using U.S. Census data and other demographic information to pinpoint various Muslim communities and then reach out to them through social service agencies. 189. Deputy Police Chief Michael P. Downing, head of the Counterterrorism Unit, explained. While this project will lay out geographic locations of many different Muslim populations around Los Angeles, we also intend to take a deeper look at their history, demographics, language, culture, ethnic breakdown, socioeconomic status, and social interactions. It is also our hope to identify communities, within the larger Muslim community which may be susceptible to violent ideologically based extremism and then use a full-spectrum approach guided by intelligence-led strategy. 190. After widespread public outcry, the LAPD publicly repudiated the plan. Based on the Los Angeles controversy, the New York Police Department decided to keep its surveillance secret. Developed with CIA assistance advice, training, and embedded staff, the NYPD's program was modeled on Israeli intelligence operations in the West Bank. The department's demographic unit uses census data to identify Muslim neighborhoods and sends undercover officers to monitor the conversations at hookah bars, cafes, and restaurants, as well as the literature at bookstores. At the same time, the Terrorism Interdiction Unit recruits informants to report on neighborhood activities and monitor the sermons delivered at the mosques. When young men of Middle Eastern descent are arrested regardless of the nature of the charge, they are commonly interrogated by intelligence officers as part of the department's debriefing program. Muslim prisoners are promised better conditions if they provide information. And the department has used minor licensing problems or traffic violations to pressure Pakistani taxi drivers to become informants. Using the information they gleaned, police analysts produced a report assessing every mosque in the city for its possible terrorist ties. One NYPD official justified the program using a term that originated with the House Un-American Activities Committee, in a report on the Black Panthers, and that has since been carried forward into the counterinsurgency literature. The point, he said, is to map the city's human terrain. 191. Zero tolerance in the war on terror. None of the NYPD's spy games should have been particularly surprising. It was, with some variation, more or less in line with what some top police theorists were publicly recommending. In 2006, the criminologist George L. Kelling and L.A. Police Chief William Bratton wrote an article titled Policing Terrorism for the Manhattan Institute Civic Bulletin. 192. Kelling was one of the authors of the broken windows theory underlying police zero-tolerance campaigns. 193. Bratton was one of the theory's most famous adherents. In their article, they explain that the cops' everyday presence in a designated area, the basis of community policing, means that patrol officers are well placed to notice even subtle changes in the neighborhoods they patrol. And, they are in a better position to know responsible leaders in the Islamic and Arabic communities and can reach out to them for information and for help in developing informants. 194. At the same time, cops can ask business owners, as well as doormen, private security guards, and transit workers, ultimately, the general public, to remain vigilant, to report any suspicious activity to police, and to ask the next question, that is, to stay alert to preventive and investigatory possibilities, or, less politely, to snoop. 195. Once collected, the information provided by these various sources can be entered into a computerized system for analysis, and to share data, across jurisdictions and levels of government. 196. It's for these reasons that fusion centers and joint terrorism task forces are important. The fusion centers pool information from multiple jurisdictions, making it possible to share information horizontally, while the JTTFs help it to flow vertically, between the locals and the feds. 197. At the same time, Kelling and Bratton advocate creating a hostile environment for terrorists by focusing on illegal border crossings, forged documents, and other relatively minor precursor crimes, by increasing police visibility to create a sense of omnipresence, and by using cameras, random screenings, and sophisticated sensors to pull in information. They point admiringly to London's 40,000 security cameras. 198 By taking this broken windows approach to counter-terrorism, the police can leverage minor infractions, vague suspicions, and even just routine contact into useful intelligence. 199. But this approach may require a shift in police priorities. Prosecution of the case is less important than gathering intelligence and putting it into a database. No incident should be considered too minor for interaction with potential terrorists and for the collection of intelligence. 200. Disruption mode. Of course, the better the intelligence, the more effective the use of force can be. And the purpose of identifying the insurgent network is to disrupt it. Consider the police efforts to frustrate protests against the 2008 Republican National Convention. A year in advance of the demonstrations, police informants began attending protest planning meetings around the country, while local cops and the FBI kept anti-RNC organizers under intense surveillance, following them, photographing them, going through their garbage. 201 Among the organizations targeted were Code Pink, Students for a Democratic Society, the Campus Anti-War Network, and most famously, the RNC Welcoming Committee, which later produced the RNC 8 Defendants. 202. Simultaneously, the Minnesota Joint Analysis Center invested more than 1,000 hours coordinating with other fusion centers around the country to collect, analyze, and disseminate information on suspected anti-RNC activists. The Joint Analysis Center drew its information from a staggering array of sources, using law enforcement and Defense Department databases, as well as DMV records, court documents, and information provided by private businesses. 203. In the days before the convention, police used this information to mount raids of activists' homes and meeting places, seizing banners, political literature, video equipment, and computers. 204 By the convention's close, more than 800 people had been arrested, many rounded up en masse. 205 The majority, 584, were released without charges, or had their cases dismissed. Only 10 arrests resulted in felony convictions. 206. But the conviction rate may be beside the point. One commander stated frankly that the police weren't building prosecutable cases, but were instead acting in disruption mode. 207. The law, in other words, was a secondary concern, politics was primary. Part 3, Gang Wars. The domestic application of coin is not limited to the widespread surveillance of Muslims and anarchists. The model is meant to be generalizable. As New Jersey's Homeland Security Director Charles McKenna so frankly explained, jihad, Crips, extreme animal rights activists, it's all the same, people trying damage the system. 208. With so many potential targets, it's interesting that the area where coin has exercised the most influence in U.S. policing is in anti-gang campaigns. From California to Afghanistan. In the summer of 2010, 70 Marines from Camp Pendleton spent a week accompanying Los Angeles police in preparation for deployment to Afghanistan. The Marines wanted to learn the basics of anti-gang investigations, standards of police professionalism, and techniques for building rapport with the community. 209. A New York Times profile of Marine Captain Scott Cuomo gives some idea of what he learned in LA, and how he applied it in Afghanistan. The same Marines patrolled in the same villages each day, getting to recognize the residents. They awarded the elders construction projects, and over hours of tea drinking showed them photographs they had taken of virtually every grown male in their battle space. "Is this guy Taliban?" the Marines asked repeatedly, then poured what they learned into a computer database. 210. After a couple months, their efforts paid off. A villager identified a suspect, and the Marines raided his house, arresting him and seizing weapons and opium. They placed the man, Juma Khan, in a holding pen the size of a large dog cage and interrogated him for 2 days. The Marines then tried him, and found him guilty of working with the Taliban. But under an agreement with local elders, once Khan swore allegiance to the new Afghan government, he was released as a free man, or not quite. In exchange for his freedom, and a job cleaning a nearby canal, Khan will be supervised by a group of elders, who in turn report to the American military. And he will himself become an informer, meeting regularly with the Marines and answering their questions about his neighbors and friends. 211. From Afghanistan to California. Again, we see the lines of influence moving in both directions. Marines train with cops to prepare themselves for the work of managing a military occupation, and at the same time, military lessons are battle-tested overseas and cycled back into the homeland. Since February 2009, combat veterans from Iraq and Afghanistan have been serving as advisors to police in Salinas, California, with the stated aim of applying counterinsurgency tools to local anti-gang efforts. Along with their expertise, the military advisors also arrive with software, including a computer program that maps the connections between gang activity, individual suspects, and their social circles, family ties, and neighborhood connections. 212. As Salinas Chief of Police Louis Featherall proudly notes, our work with staff from the U.S. Navy's Naval Postgraduate School, NPS, is a first-of-its-kind collaboration. Faculty at NPS are experts in examining violent groups around the world, including terrorists, insurgents, and revolutionaries. By examining these violent groups, they have developed a counterinsurgency model, which relies largely on social network analysis to determine how best to disrupt their violent actions and, more importantly, address the reasons for their violent behavior in the first place. NPS and SPD are working together to determine the applicability of the counterinsurgency model to violent domestic groups such as our street gangs. 213. In Salinas, the police-military partnership is occurring simultaneously with the renewal and expansion of the SPD's community policing philosophy. 214. The new community focus, encouraged by the naval advisors, includes Spanish language training, a Gifts for Guns trade-in event, an anonymous tip hotline, senior citizen volunteer programs, a larger role for the Police Community Advisory Council, and programs that provide more youth in the community alternatives to gang lifestyles, and in the process develop a growing pool of homegrown, future police officers. 215. Salinas Police have also initiated partnerships with other local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies, including the Marshals, the ATF, Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, the FBI, and Immigration and Customs Enforcement. 216. The most spectacular product of these partnerships, so far, was a set of coordinated raids on April 22, 2010, codenamed Operation Knockout. The raids coming after months of investigation by Salinas Police, the Monterey County Drug Task Force, the ATF, and the FBI mobilized more than 200 law enforcement agents and resulted in 100 arrests, as well as the confiscation of 40 pounds of cocaine, 14 pounds of marijuana, and a dozen guns. 217. Operation Knockout was intended, not only to disrupt the targeted gangs, but to serve as a warning to others. Deputy Police Chief Kelly McMillan said, "We're going to follow quickly with call-ins of specific groups that we know are very active. We are going to tell them that what happened on the 22nd could very well happen to them." 218. The SPD's agenda for the future remains ambitious, illustrating an emerging, multifaceted intelligence sharing network. It includes plans to expand the city's video surveillance and gunfire triangulation system, to adopt CompStat, to connect to the regional law enforcement database CopeLink, and to create a centralized information center, Fusion Center, in Salinas for the purpose of gathering and sharing information from federal, state, and local sources. 219. Leonard A. Ferrari, provost of the Naval Postgraduate School, is enthusiastic about Salinas' potential. The $1 trillion invested so far in Iraq and Afghanistan could pay a dividend in American streets, he told the Washington Post. The Salinas approach, he suggested, could become a national model. 220. Ceasefire, CompStat, coin. In fact, the Salinas collaboration, Operation Ceasefire, is already part of national model, following a strategy developed in Boston under the same name. In 1996, Boston ceasefire began with a focus on illegal handguns, but soon broadened its attention to include the gangs that used them. In response to ongoing gang conflict, the Boston Police Department convened a working group consisting of law enforcement officers, social workers, academics, and members of the black clergy. 221. Researchers working with police created a list of 155 murders, mapping the crimes geographically and demographically. They examined the criminal records of both the victims and, where known, the assailants. Using this information, they created a map of various gangs, their territory, and conflict points. 222. Prioritizing the likely trouble spots, police officers then sat down with gang members and gave them a clear choice. If there was gang violence in their area, both the cops and the district attorney were going to hit with everything they had. They could disrupt street drug activity, focus police attention on low-level street crimes such as trespassing and public drinking, serve outstanding warrants, cultivate confidential informants for medium and long-term investigations of gang activities, deliver strict probation and parole enforcement, seize drug proceeds and other assets, ensure stiffer plea bargains and sterner prosecutorial attention, request stronger bail terms, and enforce them, and even focus potentially severe federal investigative and prosecutorial attention on, for example, gang-related drug activity. 223. On the other hand, if the gang members wanted to clean up their act, the police would help them do so. Because of their coalition work, the cops came with offers of job training, drug counseling, and other services. 224. In this respect, Operation Ceasefire grew directly from the Boston Police Department's pre-existing community policing programs. Over time, Ceasefire developed 4 levels of intervention. Level 1 was a warning, through forums or other means, to a particular group or groups to stop the violence. Level 2 was near-term street enforcement, smiley face, heavy police presence, drug market disruption, warrant service, misdemeanor enforcement, and similar actions. Level 3 was a large, interagency, heavily coordinated operation, that was readily apparent to the target group. Level 4 was for those groups that were both violent and deemed essentially unsalvageable, undercover, gang-wide investigations making heavy use of federal sanctions and designed to permanently dismantle the group. 225. The strategy worked through direct deterrence, denying the benefits of violence and raising the costs. As importantly, those costs were borne by the whole gang, not just the shooter. 226. So the cops could begin applying meaningful pressure before identifying a suspect, and the gang had an incentive to keep their members under control and maintain the peace. The key elements of Operation Ceasefire: social network analysis, community partnerships, interagency cooperation, and a direct approach to deterrence were quickly replicated and taken further in other cities, intersecting with trends like zero-tolerance policing and the CompStat program. A report from the Justice Department's Office of Community-Oriented Policing Service, Street Gangs and Interventions, Innovative Problem Solving with Network Analysis, provides a case study illustrating the result. In the mid-1990s, Newark's police were being remolded according to the pattern set by Giuliani's New York. The director of the Newark Police Department, Joe Santiago, introduced a CompStat system and, in 1996, proposed a partnership with Rutgers University professor George Kelling, famous as one of the authors of the broken windows theory underlying police zero-tolerance campaigns. 227. This partnership coalesced as the Greater Newark Safer Cities Initiative, NSI. 228. Slowly, Santiago built a working group including cops, scholars, social workers, the clergy, and even public defense attorneys. It began by focusing on a small number of repeat offenders, using the same deterrence model developed in Ceasefire. Then, in 2003, NSI turned its attention to gangs, leading it to look beyond the city limits. The North Jersey Gang Task Force was born. Coordinating with law enforcement agencies statewide, the Rutgers researchers began to collect a wide array of data on gang membership, recent crimes, recruitment practices, family ties, and so on, as well as information on the criminal histories of all identified gang members. Once the data was assembled, the researchers, following Boston's example, used it to map gang territory and perform a social network analysis, illustrating rivalries and alliances, and identifying likely sites for conflict. They then took the analysis to the individual level, charting the connections between gang members and others who associate with them. By diagramming these relationships, researchers were able to distinguish between core members and those only marginally involved. 229. Such information was crucial for making both tactical and strategic decisions. Police could approach individual members differently, based on their role in the gang and their level of commitment. They could also identify the pressure points and know where to strike for maximum effect. Network analysis also allows one to identify people who hold structurally important positions within the gang networks. Cut points, people who are the only connection among people or groups of people, may be ideal selections for spreading a deterrence message or for affecting the structure and organization of the street gangs. 230. Unlike Boston, where the focus was strictly on stopping gang violence, in New Jersey the aim was to disrupt the gangs themselves. Carrots and sticks, hearts and minds. Operation Ceasefire and its progeny work chiefly through a cost/benefit approach to counterinsurgency. The government provides an admixture of incentives and deterrents to shape the choices of the rebels, their supporters, and the population as a whole. Simply put, the state creates a strategy to raise the costs associated with continued resistance and to reward cooperation. If the government can bring more force to bear and offer better rewards than the insurgents, rational self-interest should, in theory, lead people to side with the state rather than the rebels. 231 Ceasefire applied this same thinking to urban gangs. At the same time, in developing Ceasefire, the police made sure to align other sources of legitimacy: social services, community organizations, the clergy with its efforts, thus simultaneously increasing its leverage and heading off potential resistance. For example, in Boston, the Ceasefire Coalition included black ministers who had been vocal critics of the police. These men of the cloth began advising the cops in their anti-gang work, and eventually sheltered the police from broad public criticism. 232. The other major approach to coin the older and more famous hearts and minds strategy operates by a somewhat different logic, focusing on the problems of modernization and the insurgent need for popular support. As Rand explains, the aim was to rebuild public confidence in the government by instituting reforms, reducing corruption, and improving the population's standard of living. 233. We can see the hearts and minds approach employed in a separate domestic experiment: the federally funded Weed and Seed program. Weed and Seed, Clear Hold Build. Weed and Seed was conceived in 1991, and gained prominence a year later as part of the federal response to widespread rioting after the acquittal of 4 Los Angeles cops who had been videotaped beating black motorist Rodney King. Since that time, it has been implemented in over 300 neighborhoods nationwide. The Department of Justice describes the project. The Weed and Seed strategy is based on a two-pronged approach. 1. Law enforcement agencies and criminal justice officials cooperate with local residents to weed out criminal activity in the designated area. 2. Social service providers and economic revitalization efforts are introduced to seed the area, ensuring long-term positive change and a higher quality of life for residents. 234. In terms of strategy, Weed and Seed closely resembles the military's Clear Hold Build. As FM 3-24 elaborates, create a secure physical and psychological environment. Establish firm government control of the populace and area. Gain the populace's support. 235. Clearing and holding refer to the removal and exclusion of hostile elements. Building, on the other hand, means both, literally, repairing infrastructure and, more metaphorically, gaining trust and winning support. However, even building includes an element of force. Progress in building support for the HN host nation government requires protecting the local populace. To protect the populace, HN security forces continuously conduct patrols and use measured force against insurgent targets of opportunity. Actions to eliminate the remaining covered insurgent political infrastructure must be continued. 236. The domestic analogy is pretty straightforward. One police chief described the role of paramilitary units in his community policing strategy. The only people that are going to be able to deal with these problems are highly trained tactical teams with proper equipment to go into a neighborhood and clear the neighborhood and hold it, allowing community policing officers to come in and start turning the neighborhood around. 237. In such campaigns, the relationship between community policing and militarization is especially clear. They're not competing or contradictory approaches. They work together, simultaneously, or in series. One does the weeding, the other, the seeding. The implications are not lost on those subject to this sort of campaign. "They're gunning for us," Omari Salisbury, a Seattle teenager, said when he heard about weed and seed. "They're gunning for black youth." 238. Gang politics. Gang suppression has to be viewed, not only in terms of crime, but also in terms of politics. This is true in two respects. First, police are not only, or even mainly, fighting crime, enforcing the law, or preventing violence. They are also disrupting and disorganizing an incipient political force, striking against it before it can become a real nexus of resistance. A growing body of literature now specifically argues that gang violence should be treated as a type of insurgency. 239 and, by applying the techniques and analysis of counterinsurgency to counter gang campaigns, the state tacitly admits that there is a political dimension to what is ordinarily presented as pure criminality. Insurgency and counterinsurgency are, together, a struggle over legitimacy. By applying the Coin framework domestically, the government concedes that its legitimacy is being challenged and that the challengers, however localized and weak, are rivals, or potential rivals, with independent claims to legitimacy and distinct spheres of influence. Second, the gangs are sometimes self-consciously engaged in political action. As John Sullivan, an L.A. County Sheriff's deputy, writes in one RAND report, "Some gangs have begun to adopt varying degrees of political activity. At the low end, this activity may include dominating neighborhood life and creating virtual lawless zones, application of street taxes, or taxes on other criminal actors. Gangs with more sophisticated political attributes typically co-opt police and government officials to limit interference with their activities. At the high end, some gangs have active political agendas, using the political process to further their ends and destabilize governments." 240. Among the examples Sullivan cites are the Gangster Disciples, a gang with 30,000 members in 35 states. In addition to employing themselves in the drug trade, GD members infiltrate police and private security agencies, sponsor political candidates, register voters, and sponsor protest marches. 241 Other gangs have been active in resistance against gentrification, loan sharks, slumlords, price gouging, and police brutality. 242. Historically, the Black Panther Party recognized the political potential of gangs. In Philadelphia, in the late 60s, the Panthers organized a series of gang conferences and tried to use negotiations to quell neighborhood violence. The Panthers also directed some of their public education and recruitment efforts toward gang members. Some gangsters did enlist to help in the Panthers' free breakfast program, and a few went on to become full party members. 243 Most strikingly, the Los Angeles chapter was formed by a former gang leader, Al Prentice Bunchy Carter of the Slauson Renegades. 244. Anti-gang politics. Facing these challenges, police anti-gang campaigns typically combine a variety of elements analogous to those in counterinsurgency, the creation of databases listing suspected gang members, the mapping of the social environment, illustrating connections between gang members, associates, families, etc., the development of community contacts, especially with local leaders. These intelligence efforts are then paired with a campaign of persistent low-level harassment stops, searches, petty citations, and the like. Each instance of harassment offers police the opportunity to collect additional information on the gang network while at the same time creating an inhospitable environment for those associated with gang activity. For example, the main group responsible for such work in Salinas is the Monterey County Gang Task Force, called the Black Snake by youths in the community. The task force has 17 members, drawn from local police and sheriff's departments, the California Highway Patrol, and the State Department of Corrections. Wearing distinctive black uniforms and driving black cars, task force members conduct mass arrest round UPS 245, make random traffic stops, and regularly search the homes of gang members on parole or probation. 246 The sheer volume of such activity is astonishing. In its first 5 years, the task force was responsible for 21,000 vehicle or pedestrian stops, 5,000 parole and probation compliance searches, and 2,800 arrests. 247 Such anti-gang efforts are always implicitly political, especially as they become permanent features of life in poor Black and Latino communities. Though ostensibly aimed at preventing gang violence, counter-gang campaigns inevitably lead police to monitor the community as a whole. A Fresno cop explains the intended scope of his department's gang files: if you're 21, male, living in one of these neighborhoods, been in Fresno for 10 years and you're not in our computer, then there's definitely a problem. 248 Disproportionate attention, especially when paired with lower or zero tolerance for disorder, then contributes to higher rates of arrest and incarceration. 249 Sometimes officials extend enforcement by securing gang injunctions, special court orders prohibiting activities that would otherwise be legal, barring alleged gang members from appearing together in public, restricting the clothing they can wear, and subjecting them to a nighttime curfew. 250 At a broader level, the police will often engage in efforts disruptive of ordinary social life in gang-affected areas, such as cordoning, saturating, or sweeping select locations, example parks, streets, or bars, or targeted events, ball games, parties, car shows. 251 In the most advanced campaigns, police sometimes take the further step of strategically causing gang conflict. Following the 1992 Los Angeles riots, for example, police did what they could to wreck a citywide truce between the Bloods and the Crips. The cops attacked negotiating meetings and inter-gang social events, and engaged in some underhanded tactics to create friction, covering one gang's graffiti with another's, or arresting a Blood only to release him deep in Crip territory. This occurred, not only in a context of widespread anger and recent unrest, but also at a point in which the gangs themselves were becoming increasingly politicized. 252 Mike Davis described the government's response to the riots in military terms: in Los Angeles, I think we are beginning to see a repressive context that is literally comparable to Belfast or the West Bank, where policing has been transformed into full-scale counterinsurgency, against an entire social stratum or ethnic group. 253 Part 4 Preserving Order, Preventing Change. I began this paper by outlining, in some detail, the basic principles of counterinsurgency theory, the intelligence needs that accompany it, and its direct application in both foreign, military and domestic policing contexts. I've explained the basics of social network analysis, and the process by which its insights into both insurgent organizations and the surrounding population are translated into direct coercion and bids to win popular support. I have suggested that if the left wants to understand the repression it faces, it should study the ways the US government responds to forces as varied as the Taliban, the Gangster Disciples, and the RNC-8. And I have stated, emphatically, that it is the political dimension of insurgency and counterinsurgency that really counts. And yet, thus far, I have focused chiefly on the hard side of repression: the direct coercion, the forceful disruptions, the criminalization and incarceration, the violence. Now we need to look at the soft side: the strategic use of concessions, the promise of representation and access, the co-optation of leadership, and, comprising all of these, the institutionalization of dissent. 254 These elements represent, at this point, the state's most typical response to opposition from the left. And, by these means, the state does not only achieve control and exercise power over the organizations of the left, but through them. Stages and strategies. In its earlier stages, repression may be hard to recognize for exactly the same reasons that a proto-insurgency is, because everything seems normal. We should remember, however, that the authorities aren't just preparing for unrest, they're actively preempting opposition. They do that by broadly monitoring the community, building alliances, channeling political efforts into projects they can control, and disrupting networks and social ties that might otherwise form the basis for resistance. Of course, as COIN moves into its later stages, it will become increasingly military in character. Both the overt use of force and covert surveillance, infiltration, and disruption will increase. Emergency powers may be granted, civil liberties suspended, and the life of the overall population increasingly restricted. 255. But as the crisis progresses to higher levels, the work of lower stages continues. Smart revolutionaries don't stop organizing as they escalate their tactics, they use their actions to help build their organizations. Likewise, the security forces do not cease their efforts at intelligence gathering or alliance building, but use those efforts in support of their more bellicose activities. Of course, the aim of any counterinsurgency campaign is a return to normal, that is, to the lowest level of manageable conflict. 256 In effect, this is a return to the proto-insurgency stage. Opposition is either channeled into safe, institutional forms, or suppressed through normal police and intelligence activity. 257. The British strategist Frank Kitson summarizes the overall process. In practical terms, the most promising line of approach in COIN lies in separating the mass of those engaged in the revolutionary campaign from the leadership by the judicious promise of concessions, at the same time imposing a period of calm by the use of government forces. Having once succeeded in providing a breathing space by these means, it is most important to do three further things quickly. The first is to implement the promised concessions. The second is to discover and neutralize the genuine subversive element. The third is to associate as many prominent members of the population, especially those who have been engaged in nonviolent action, with the government. This last technique is known in America as co-optation. 258. Rand Corporation researcher Daniel Beeman argues similarly. The ideal allies for a government implementing control are, in fact, nonviolent members of the community the would-be insurgents seek to mobilize. If regimes can infiltrate or, better yet, cooperate with mainstream groups, they are often able to gain information on radical activities and turn potential militants away from violence. 259. Broadly speaking, counterinsurgency offers two approaches to dealing with opposition, and they must be used selectively. Some adversaries, especially moderates, may be co-opted, bought off, and appeased. Others, the more recalcitrant portion, must be forcefully disorganized, disrupted, deterred, or destroyed. The balance of concessions and coercion will be apportioned accordingly. Some adversaries win new posts, offices in a reformed administration, or jobs in responsible nonprofits, labor unions, or progressive think tanks. They gain access, inclusion, or representation in exchange for working within the existing institutional framework. The others will face harsher outcomes, including, for example, imprisonment, exile, or assassination. Whatever the approach in a particular case, the important thing is that the opposition is neutralized, rendered harmless, made controllable, and exploited as either the object or the tool of state power. Force multipliers, the military-NGO complex. Counterinsurgency theory places a heavy emphasis on shaping the social environment in which the population lives and resistance develops. One way governments exercise this influence is with their money. As FM 3-24 explains, some of the best weapons for counterinsurgents do not shoot. Counterinsurgents often achieve the most meaningful success in garnering public support and legitimacy for the HN government with activities that do not involve killing insurgents. Lasting victory comes from a vibrant economy, political participation, and restored hope. Particularly after security has been achieved, dollars and ballots will have more important effects than bombs and bullets. Money is ammunition. 260. Foreign aid has thus often been criticized as an instrument of imperialism, even when the funds are distributed indirectly through non-governmental or non-governmental humanitarian organizations, NGOs or NGHOs. Point 261. As the U.S. began its war against Afghanistan in October 2001, Colin Powell, the former general, the founding chairman of the nonprofit America's Promise Alliance, and, at the time, the Secretary of State, managed to embarrass NGO leaders with his praise for their work. Speaking at the National Foreign Policy Conference for Leaders of Non-Governmental Organizations, he said, "Just as surely as our diplomats and military, American NGOs are out there serving and sacrificing on the front lines of freedom. NGOs are such a force multiplier for us, such an important part of our combat team." 262. Later, guidelines negotiated by representatives of the military and the major humanitarian groups discouraged any repetition of Powell's gaffe, specifying that U.S. armed forces should not describe NGHOs as force multipliers or partners of the military. 263 FM 3-24 managed to retain Powell's meaning while avoiding the offensive language. Many such agencies resist being overtly involved with military forces, it cautions, but then, some kind of liaison is needed, to ensure that, as much as possible, objectives are shared and actions and messages synchronized. 264. The RAND study Networks and Netwars outlines a range of possibilities for the military's use of international nonprofits. From encouraging the early involvement of appropriate NGO networks in helping to detect and head off a looming crisis, to working closely with them in the aftermath of conflicts to improve the effectiveness of U.S. forces still deployed, to reduce the residual hazards they face, and to strengthen the often fragile peace. 265. One result of this perspective is that aid money, and thus NGO attention, increasingly follows the state's priorities and its military's priorities in particular. 266 For instance, in 2010 the U.S. awarded $114 million to aid groups working in Yemen, with the stated goal of improving the livelihood of citizens in targeted communities and improving governance capabilities. 267 This supposedly humanitarian assistance came alongside $1.2 billion in military aid, clandestine military and intelligence activity, and a CIA assessment that the al-Qaeda affiliate in Yemen represented the largest threat to the United States global security. 268 General David Petraeus was frank in referring the U.S. involvement in the country as preventive counterinsurgency operations. 269. Meanwhile, the Defense Department now controls 20% of the U.S. government's budget for official development assistance. 270 Development priorities follow the battle space, David Reif writes in the New Republic. Development is a continuation of war by other means. 271. The Marshall Plan. The domestic counterpart to the non-governmental force multiplier is the community policing partnership. We've seen nonprofit funding tied to the criminal justice agenda in the Weed and Seed program, the use of social services and black churches to create the network of capacity necessary to legitimize, fund, equip, and carry out Boston's Operation Ceasefire. 272 The collaboration of social workers, the clergy, and public defense attorneys for similar ends in Newark, police-sponsored youth and elders programs in Salinas, and, in Los Angeles, the government's use of social service agencies to gain access to Muslim communities suspected of breeding terrorists. But sometimes police-led partnerships go further, using progressive nonprofits to channel and control political opposition, moving it in safe, institutional, and reformist directions, rather than toward more radical or militant action. For example, consider the efforts of liberal nonprofits to contain community anger after transit police shot and killed an unarmed black man in Oakland, California. Oscar Grant was killed on January 1, 2009. A week later, on January 7, a protest against the police turned into a small riot. 273 organizers with the Coalition Against Police Executions, CAPE, a group largely composed of local progressive nonprofits and black churches, denounced the violence. One CAPE leader said that he wept watching the riots on television, feeling that years of hard work were being destroyed by anarchists. 274. But likely because of the revolt, the cop in the case, Johannes Mesorel, was arrested and charged with murder. Before the riots there had been no statement of concern from the mayor's office, no Justice Department investigation, and no arrests. In fact, the transit agency for whom Mesorel worked had not even interviewed him about the incident. The rebellion was really about the fact that nothing was being done, George Cesarielomar explains. If there's one lesson to take from this, it's that the only reason Mesorel was arrested is because people tore up the city. It was the riot and the threat of future riots. 275. In an effort to reassert its leadership, CAPE organized another demonstration for January 14. Speakers included Mayor Ron Dellums, the rapper Too Short, and representatives of various nonprofits, all of whom urged the crowd to remain peaceful. Furthermore, CAPE's designated marshals, operating under the supervision of a private security guard, surrounded the demonstration while unidentified informants mingled in the crowd to look for troublemakers. 276. Despite the tight control, things did not go as planned. When the speeches were over, much of the crowd refused to leave. Organizers announced that police would intervene if the group would not disperse, but rather than wait, CAPE's own marshals formed a line and began pushing people off the streets. The crowd, now very angry, started breaking windows. The security team, after consulting with police, withdrew from the area and left it to the cops to handle the crowd. The police fired tear gas and made arrests. 277. Future demonstrations, beginning on January 30, were likewise handled with threats, arrests, and violence. 278. At the same time, and in keeping with the coin model, local, state, and federal agencies all undertook extensive intelligence operations targeting protest organizers, monitoring websites, videotaping crowds, sending plainclothes officers into the demonstrations, and infiltrating planning meetings. 279. If we learned on January 7 that our power was in the streets, Cesarielomar concludes, what we learned on the 14th is that the state was going to counterattack. The state didn't counterattack by force at first, the state counterattacked through these institutions, the nonprofits. 280. No justice, urban peace. A year later, the process repeated itself. As Johannes Mesorel's trial approached, Nicole Lee, director of the nonprofit Urban Peace Movement, circulated an email focused, not on winning justice, but on preventing violence should justice be denied. Titled Bracing for Mesorel Verdict, Community Engagement Plan, the June 23, 2010, memo offered two sets of instructions. 1. Organizations, CBOs, community-based organizations, and public agencies should be thinking of ways to create organized events or avenues for young people and community members to express their frustrations with the system in constructive and peaceful ways. If people have no outlets, then it may be easier for folks to be pulled toward more destructive impulses. 2. We need to begin inoculating our bases and the community at large so that when the verdict comes down, people are prepared for it, and so that the outside agitators who were active during the initial Oscar Grant protests are not able to incite the crowd so easily. 281. The memo listed several talking points, which served the state's interests so well that the city of Oakland ran an edited version on its web page. 282. Around the same time, another organization, ironically named Youth Uprising, sponsored a public service announcement centered on the slogan, "Violence is not justice." The video includes local rappers, civil rights attorneys, school administrators, representatives from nonprofits, a police captain, and the district attorney of San Francisco, all urging a peaceful response to the verdict. 283. Religious leaders also got into the act, using the pulpit to ask people to remain safely at home when the verdict was announced. 284. The pacifying efforts, though broadly distributed, were centrally coordinated. Shortly before the trial, the mayor and police held a meeting with several Bay Area nonprofits. The topic, of course, was the prevention of riots. 285. In practice, avoiding unrest became the primary focus of the institutionalized left. Cape's stated goal, the prevention of police brutality, receded into the background. If anything, by condemning the rioters and cooperating with the cops, liberal leaders helped to legitimize the police counterattack and made further brutality more, not less, likely. In the end, Officer Mesorel was convicted, but of a lesser charge, manslaughter, rather than murder. And, when the verdict was announced, rioting did ensue. 286. Hundreds of people, mostly young people of color, braved not only the clubs and the tear gas of the police, but also the condemnation of their purported community leaders. 287. Advance the struggle. In their published analysis of the Oscar grant crisis, the revolutionary group Advance the Struggle argued that, by trying to defuse popular anger, Bay Area nonprofits effectively acted as an extension of the state. 288. Had the rage over Grant's murder not been channeled into ritualized protest, had the leaders not been more concerned with controlling the community response than in confronting injustice, had the organizing not been, in a word, institutionalized, it is hard to know what might have been possible. Advance the Struggle contrasted the trajectory of events in Oakland with those of Greece, just a few weeks before the Grant killing. There, the police murder of a 15-year-old Alexandros Grigoropoulos triggered reactions which, very quickly, evolved from protests to riots to a general strike in which 2.5 million workers were on strike in December 2008. Within days the killer cop and police accomplices were arrested, but even this concession didn't trick the movement into subsiding. The police murder set off the uprising, but the participants connected the murder with the issues of unemployment, neoliberal economic measures, political corruption, and a failing education system. Aren't we facing similar problems in Oakland? 289. Of course there are differences between Oakland and Athens, differences of geography, history, and political culture. The type of insurrection unleashed in Greece may not, at present, be possible in California. But that is not an objection to the radical analysis, it is, instead, the premise. The political environment in Oakland has been shaped in such a way so as to sharply limit the possibilities of struggle. And the institutionalization of conflict in professionalized nonprofits is an important part of that restrictive context. There is no guarantee that things would have gone further had the nonprofits not intervened, or that greater conflict would have won greater gains. But their intervention certainly helped to contain the rebellion, and closed off untold possibilities for further action. That is, quite clearly, what it was intended to do. Conclusion. Resisting repression. I began this essay by suggesting that a great deal of political repression goes unrecognized, and that the left needs to revise its understanding of repression if it is to resist it effectively. This need has developed alongside, in some respects it is a reflection of similar changes in the thinking of our adversaries. With the emergence of the counterinsurgency model, the state has ceased to view subversives in isolation from the society surrounding them. Increasingly, it has directed its attention, its intelligence gathering, its coercive force, and its alliance building toward the population as a whole. Repression, in other words, is not something that happens solely, or even mainly, to activists. And it is not something that occurs only in times of crisis, or in response to a direct threat. Also, it is not something that necessarily happens in secret. It is worth pausing here to note that, while both sides may use clandestine or illegal methods, there is nothing inherently conspiratorial in either insurgency or counterinsurgency. One of the breakthroughs in the counterinsurgency approach was its shift away from J. Edgar Hoover style conspiracy theories. 290 Our understanding of counterinsurgency, likewise, cannot be rooted in conspiracy thinking. Insurgency and counterinsurgency are not the result of invisible actors and secret plots, they are the predictable consequence of broad and observable social forces, especially those related to inequality. The secret or conspiratorial aspects are operational decisions made pursuant to a broader strategy, not the strategy itself. One of the remarkable things about COIN is how much it occurs in public view, in fact, how much it relies on the public's cooperation. Repression comprises all those methods, routine and extraordinary, coercive and collaborative, used to regulate the conflict inherent in a stratified society. Our task is to decipher the politics implicit in these efforts, to discern the ways that they preserve state power, neutralize resistance, and maintain social inequality. Our further task is to respond. As repression is primarily a political process, any adequate response must take at least in part a political form. It will not be enough, as is usual, to put the case before a jury, or adopt strict secrecy in the name of some cloak and dagger notion of security culture. Such things must be done at times, but both these responses, though in very different ways, treat repression chiefly as a legal, and thus technical, problem. They are also entirely defensive. While such devices may protect the individual or small group with greater or lesser efficacy, they do not generally touch or even attempt to touch the overall system of repression, to say nothing of the social iniquities that system maintains. Whatever defensive measures may be necessary, an effective response to repression must also involve an offensive component, an attack against the apparatus of repression, which will, if successful, leave the state weaker and the social movement stronger. This outcome, of course, should be the aim from the start. Challenges to COIN. It is, in a sense, misleading to speak solely in terms of responding to repression. Repression exists already. It intervenes preemptively. It forms part of the context in which we act. Oppositional movements cannot avoid repression, the challenge, instead, must be to overcome it. We cannot afford to underestimate our adversaries, but it is just as mistaken to think them omnipotent. There's a debate within military circles as to how often counterinsurgency works, and some argue that it cannot work, but nobody suggests that it always works. Sometimes governments fall. 291. The difficulties inherent to counterinsurgency are numerous, it's labor-intensive and resource-intensive, requires vast amounts of localized intelligence, demands both overwhelming force and careful negotiation, and calls for painstaking analysis, strategy, and planning. That's a pretty tall order even for the most competent organizations. And there are also features of our adversaries' institutions and ideologies that add to their troubles. 292 However good their strategy, in terms of implementation they are constrained by budget difficulties, personnel issues, office politics, interagency rivalries, and pure bureaucratic indifference. 293 Any organization can suffer from these faults, but authoritarian institutions seem to be especially prone to them. Moreover, these agencies tend to foster a particular outlook among their members, which makes it very hard for them to understand the social movements they confront. 294 Almost as a matter of course, government agents have tended to misunderstand and misinterpret the aims, plans, organizational structures, ideas, and motivations of liberatory movements. Counterinsurgency emphasizes their need to understand these things, but that doesn't mean that they do. Furthermore, so long as our society remains so starkly unequal, so long as it continues along a suicidal course toward environmental catastrophe, and so long as people lack the control over the conditions of their immediate lives, there will be cause for unrest. Even working together in perfect coordination, the cops, military, and intelligence agencies combined cannot change that fundamental fact without also changing the entire structure of our society, that is to say, without giving up the one thing, above all others, that they are meant to defend. Insurgent thinking. When facing counterinsurgency, we need to learn to think like insurgents. We have to recognize, and even embrace, political and strategic complexity. Every insurgency is different, and a single insurgency may take very different forms from one year to the next, or one street to the next. There are no set paths or ready formulas, which is not the same thing as saying there are no strategies. But our strategies have to correspond with the reality we face, not with an idealized version of some past revolution or some future utopia. And we cannot elevate our own favorite tactics, whether pacifist or insurrectionist, into articles of faith. The antidote to repression is, simply put, more resistance. But this cannot just be a matter of escalating militancy. Crucially, it has to involve broadening the movement space of support. We have to remember that an insurgency is not just a series of tactical exchanges with the state. It is, instead, a contest for the allegiance of the population. For the rebels, no less than for the authorities, legitimacy is the main objective. The Green Scare, the State's Priorities, and Day-to-Day Repression, 2009, 295. When discussing political repression, the tendency is always to focus on the infiltration, raids, arrests, and jailings and, in the case of the Green Scare, the exaggerated sentencing in particular. That makes sense, as these are the most startlingly aspects of repressive campaigns. But it also runs the risk of overlooking the larger fabric of repression in the society: the normal surveillance, the collection, storage, and analysis of intelligence, the libeling of opposition groups, the use of entrapment, and more subtly, the disruption of social bonds among populations that pose the threat of resistance. The routine aspects of repression, that is, in effect, the day-to-day work of policing and the institutions responsible for it, tend to fade into the background. Historical patterns. The pattern of abuse characterizing the Green Scare is familiar from our nation's history. Following the Haymarket bombing of 1886, the police launched a series of raids, made wholesale arrests, planted infiltrators and provocateurs, and politically used the bombing itself to isolate the anarchists from the rest of the labor movement, the ultimate result being, of course, the fraudulent conviction and execution of 4 anarchist organizers. During World War I, pacifists and socialists of all kinds were jailed for interference with the war effort. In the same period, criminal syndicalism laws were passed specifically to target the IWW. And in 1919, Attorney General A. Mitchell Palmer organized a coordinated series of raids to round up and deport thousands of immigrants suspected of radical sympathies, most famously, Emma Goldman. In the 1960s and 70s, the FBI counterintelligence program, COINTELPRO, used a variety of dirty tricks to, as their directive put it, expose, disrupt, misdirect, discredit, or otherwise neutralize the left and the Black liberation movement, especially the Black Panther Party. 296 COINTELPRO tactics included the use of infiltrators and forged documents to create schisms in the movement, cause logistical confusion, propagate faction fights, instill paranoia, break up marriages, get activists fired from their day jobs, and falsely label leaders as government spies. COINTELPRO also produced a series of raids, arrests, malicious prosecutions, and assassinations. Quiet times. We should remember these most dramatic examples because they remind us of the lengths the government is willing to go. But we should also look past them, to the seemingly quiet periods. We can't afford to forget that repression is a permanent feature of state action. Government campaigns directed against organized groups with an identifiable agenda are a relatively small piece of the state's overall strategy of repression. As counterinsurgency theory makes clear, the state's real aim is not to respond to unrest when it occurs, but to prevent oppositional movements from developing in the first place. That requires the continual monitoring of suspect populations, the co-optation of community resources for state purposes, and the preemptive disruption of any potential source of independent action or resistance. In the domestic sphere, the police are key to this strategy. Not only the most obviously repressive aspects of policing, like crowd control and spying, but also the purely routine elements of patrol and arrest, and even, or, perhaps, especially, the friendly-seeming community policing efforts. Policing and politics. At its most basic, the primary function of the criminal justice system isn't really dealing with crime, or ensuring public safety, or even enforcing the law. All of these are secondary. The chief function is the preservation of the existing distribution of power, keeping the rich and powerful rich and powerful, and keeping the poor and powerless poor and powerless. The modern American police, for example, evolved from the earlier slave patrols, organizations whose explicit job was to control the slaves. Over time their duties expanded in two directions: control of the entire black population, including free blacks, and governing poor whites as well. Likewise, the penitentiary began in its European version as an institution for reforming the habits of the idle poor. It took on its distinctly American characteristics after the Civil War, as a means of reconfining the newly freed black population. This legacy continues today with routine police practices like racial profiling and quality of life campaigns against panhandling and sleeping in parks. These efforts have no impact on real crime. But they serve to remind the poor and people of color of their subordinate status, and to keep them under the continual monitoring and control of the criminal justice system. In this sense, the whole operation of the criminal justice system is political. It is one way that the state handles its troublesome populations and one way that it protects the interests of the powerful. A political agenda. It's only when viewed in terms of politics, not crime or public safety, that we can make sense of the priority the government has placed on green scare prosecutions. Though ELF-style sabotage has not killed anyone, and is designed not to harm anyone, the FBI insists eco-terrorists and animal rights extremists are one of the most serious domestic terrorist threats in the U.S. today. As evidence, they cite the sheer volume of their crimes, over 2,000 since 1979, and the huge economic impact, losses of more than $110 million since 1979, 297. But by way of contrast, consider, in 2007 alone, the FBI recorded 7,624 hate crime incidents, representing 9,006 criminal offenses. These included 40 arsons, 2,915 acts of vandalism, 2,565 acts of criminal intimidation, 1,116 simple assaults, 2,565 aggravated assaults, 2 rapes, and 9 homicides. About half, 43%, of these incidents, 3,275, were motivated by anti-black prejudice, far more than any other bias category recorded. 298. Yet this campaign of terror warrants little official notice. That's because it's not justice, the law, or human life that sets the state's priorities. It's the interests of the powerful. After all, what does it mean to have power if not that the institutions of society and its coercive apparatus especially typically operate in your favor and respond to your agenda? End repression. If we want to end state repression, therefore, it is not enough to support the members of our movement who fall victim to it. It is not enough to launch legal and political challenges to draconian laws, or to defend existing civil liberties. We must do all that, but we must also find a way to address the underlying systems of power that repression is meant to preserve. To end state repression, we must change the very nature of our society. To end state repression, we must end the state. Endnotes. 295 Speech delivered at Liberating Dissent 2, Against State Repression, May 27, 2009, Portland, Oregon, printed in Eat the State. June 9, 2009. 296 Quoted in Ward Churchill and Jim Vander Wall, The COINTELPRO Papers, Documents from the FBI's Secret Wars Against Domestic Dissent, Boston, South End Press, 1990, 92. 297 Federal Bureau of Investigation, Headline Archives, Putting Intel to Work, Against ELF and ALF Terrorists, June 30, 2008, http://www.fbi.gov/page2/June08/063008.html, expired hyperlink. 298 U.S. Department of Justice, Federal Bureau of Investigation, Criminal Justice Information Services Division, 2007 Hate Crime Statistics, Offense Type by Bias Motivation 2007, http://fbi.gov/ucr/hc2007/table_04.htm, expired hyperlink. Part 4. Fighting Back. Police Accountability and Police Abolition, Dilemmas, Paradoxes, Strategies, 2011, 299. Over the past 15 years, I have consistently written about policing from an abolitionist perspective, but the great majority of my actual political work would fit more or less comfortably in the police accountability framework. I begin with this point because I believe it is quite a common situation, not only for police abolitionists, but for revolutionaries of all various kinds. There is a common and, I think, mistaken technique for wishing away our discomfort about the distance between our hopes and our actions. It is to assume that every reform is a step on the road to abolition, that they are all moving in the right direction and ought, therefore, to be supported. The problem is that not every reform really is a step in the right direction. The history of criminal justice reform is a sobering study in the law of one step forward, two steps back. It was reformers, remember, who created the modern prison system. It was reformers who argued that the police should prevent crime, and reformers who helped establish their autonomy from partisan politics. Community policing, which has only increased the police involvement in social affairs, and has not reduced levels of police violence, has been sold to the public under the banner of reform. Reformers have even added to the police arsenal, giving the cops tasers and less lethal weapons in an effort to reduce shootings, for an example. Thanks to the work of reformers, the cops today are better trained, better paid, more well-armed, and better organized than at any other point in history. And shouldn't this, after all, be what we expected? Isn't the point of reform to improve the institution, that is, to aid its work? As Foucault argued, reform is part of the very functioning of the criminal justice system. It constitutes, as it were, its program 300. With all that on the ledger sheet, one might be tempted to just refuse to participate in any reform or accountability efforts whatsoever, that is, to refuse to have anything at all to do with any project that does not have abolition as, not only its final aim, but as its immediate aim. But this, too, would be a mistake. Obviously, we do not at present have the power to simply disband the police force. So if abolition is our goal and not merely a moral precept that we organize our daydreams around, then that leaves us with the hard work of building an oppositional political movement that is capable of eliminating the existing criminal justice system. That movement, of course, will have to engage in other action while it is building its strength. To a very large extent, it will build itself up by engaging in other action. A resolute insistence on nothing short of abolition would in effect make us irrelevant to political processes as they unfold. We can, and should, make forceful arguments for abolition. But if the only thing we can say is that there should be no police, then we become, in a sense, neutral as to any and all immediate questions concerning the powers or practices of police as they presently exist. It's pretty damn embarrassing to have no relevant opinion as to whether the police should carry tasers, or on the issue of racial profiling, or on the question of whether killer cops should be fired. But of course no one really is neutral in quite the way that I'm suggesting. The point is that to be strictly consistent in an absolute no-reform stance would require us to act as though the smaller immediate controversies were of no importance to our larger cause. In reality, the situation is quite different. If we are ever going to be able to build an effective police abolitionist movement, we have to be seen to be addressing these immediate concerns and doing so in a way that connects to a broader social vision. The difference between the police accountability perspective and the abolitionist perspective is not a question of reforms or no reforms. The difference is, in fact, much deeper. The two views suggest fundamentally different visions of society, and correspondingly, different logics of political action. Accountability and abolition are not merely different goals, but different strategic orientations. The police accountability framework suggests, necessarily, that policing can be improved simply by bringing it under the control of the community, or if not the community, then at least its elected representatives. This approach suggests, of course, that the institution will survive, albeit in a more friendly, more lawful form. The view of policing implied in this perspective is that it is legitimate and necessary, and that the problems it presents are the effect of individual misconduct or organizational dysfunction. The abolitionist critique, on the other hand, is that the problems of policing, the racism, the class bias, the violence speak to the real character and the deepest purpose of the institution. The answer, then, is not to create better, smarter, more sensitive, skilled, and law-abiding cops. The answer is to get rid of the institution altogether and put in its place something that genuinely does meet our needs for public safety and dispute resolution. As it happens, that requires a totally different kind of society, one without the inequalities that the cops preserve, and the hope is that by going after the cops we bring that new society closer to existence. Now these are very different ways of looking at our society and of thinking about the police. But they are not so divergent as to make cooperation impossible, for while abolitionists want to eliminate the police, so long as they exist we also want to limit the abuses they can inflict. The challenge is to pursue only those reforms that lead us closer to the goal of a world without police. That means avoiding reforms that help police institutions to repair themselves, that extend their lives or increase their power, that bolster public confidence in the criminal justice system, or that expand the cops' reach into or influence over community life. Unfortunately, it is impossible to create two stable lists of good or bad campaigns. The decisions here turn on questions of strategy, which means they are bound to change as conditions do. What is daring and radical today may seem tame and conservative in a year, and what would represent an unconscionable concession in one part of the country might actually be a signal victory in another. So I'm not going to propose a concrete agenda. But I can offer some criteria that will help us set our priorities. Worthwhile campaigns should do at least some of the following: discredit the police in the public view. Isolate the cops politically, divide them from potential sources of support. Suppress officer morale, impede recruiting, and promote whistleblowing. Reduce the resources available to the criminal justice system. Frustrate the police in the pursuit of their own agenda, publicly demonstrate that the law and order agenda can be defeated. Present the case for abolition. Situate our demands as part of a larger movement for freedom and equality. Undercut the cops' sense of impunity. Exacerbate rather than mitigate the crises in our opponents' organizations. Give the community a sense of its own agency. Draw in increasing numbers of participants, and show a greater depth of commitment and an increase in activity over time. And in general, shift power away from the police and toward the community. In short, we need to pursue reforms that make further changes more, not less, possible. And we need to do so in ways that expand rather than restrict the opportunities for further struggle. If we succeed in all that while also avoiding the dangers of co-optation and surviving the repression we will inevitably face, then we can win reforms that do genuinely build toward a world without police. We can work for accountability and abolition simultaneously, but we can only do so with an abolitionist strategy. Making Cope Watch Matter, 2011, 301. Why do we Cope Watch? Let's begin by acknowledging that we had better have some reason for doing this rather unusual thing. I mean, as far as most people are concerned, the idea of deliberately going out and looking for the cops, knowing that they are not going to be pleased to see you, actually sounds rather insane. In my experience, cope watching is typified by two types of events. One is some sort of political demonstration, in which the police attack large numbers of people, the nature of cope watching requires that we be more or less near the center of that attack, and there is a very good chance of being arrested or injured. Moreover, it requires that we not run away, even when every instinct of self-preservation would urge us to do so. The other type of situation is the routine traffic stop, where cope watching means standing patiently for long stretches of time, usually in the dark and, where I live, in Portland, in the rain, watching what is normally an uneventful interaction, and then proceeding, uncertainly, to the next, equally uneventful interaction. Why do we do it? It can't just be for fun. But what is it that separates cope watching from bird watching, stargazing, or train spotting? Is it something more than an eccentric hobby? Well, the obvious answer is that the police need watching. Birds and stars and probably even trains behave quite decently whether or not outside observers pay any attention to them. Not so the police. The police, as part of their trade, bully and intimidate people, they hurt them and humiliate them, they violate their rights in 1,000 ways, large and small. They most commonly do these things when no one is looking, and the theory suggests that they do so in part because no one is looking. I don't know of any sound empirical study on the effect civilian observers have on police behavior. But anecdotally, from my own experience, I have heard enough people say that the tone of the interaction changed when cope watch arrived that I believe there must be something to it. So this is one kind of answer: when we cope watch we're actually looking for something that we don't want to see. We observe the cops in order to discourage misconduct. And of course, when misconduct does happen, we document it for the sake of holding the police accountable. That may mean helping the victims to file complaints or pursue lawsuits. Or it may mean a media campaign, or some effort to publicly shame the cops involved. Cope watching does, at least, help document what happened from a third-party perspective. Whatever approach we may take to addressing the grievances in a particular case, the effort will naturally benefit from a firm evidentiary foundation. It opens the way for further action. But isn't there also something more? Aren't these tactics of ours supposed to connect, in some way, to our idea of a better world? Aren't we after something beyond more polite traffic stops? How does cope watching move us closer to a world without racism, without poverty, without state violence? There is a sort of symbolic politics at play. The police represent the coercive power of the state. And policing, as it is normally done, suggests a certain idealized relationship between the state and the populace, in which power flows only in one direction. The police stop us, question us, hurt us, jail us. The state, in other words, is the actor and the population is the object on which it acts. Cope watching, in its very small way, changes this dynamic. The collective act of observation shifts the power, at least in the moment. The police are suddenly confronted with a limit to their impunity, or, at the very least, with the notion that people care about how they do their jobs, that we care about the people the police target. It tilts the balance, slightly or seriously, away from the cops and toward the community. And, in these days of cell phone cameras and YouTube video, as observation becomes increasingly generalized, the hope is that this observation becomes a permanent constraint on police action. If their behavior changes when they know people are watching, and if people are always watching, then maybe the simple fact of observation will help change their behavior overall. Perhaps, the disciplinary gaze can be turned back on the agents of the state. I said the hope. I said maybe. Perhaps. The truth is that there is very little evidence of that sort of thing actually occurring. After all, security cameras do very little to discourage other kinds of crime, the kinds that may actually result in punishment. Why should we expect pervasive video surveillance to deter police misconduct, that is, to prevent crimes that, even when discovered, rarely result in punishment? Video technology has become increasingly common in the last 30 years, and especially in the last 10. But police violence has not seen a noticeable decline during the same period. The documentation is only as effective as the mechanisms of accountability. If there is no effective means for holding the police accountable, no meaningful discipline, no civilian review process, no chance of prosecution, then the evidence just doesn't matter. And also, if the legal and policy framework allows for wanton brutality, it makes no difference what enforcement mechanisms exist, or don't. All three elements must be in place: the rules, the enforcement, and the evidence. Cope watching, on its own, that is, mere observation, removed from further action, only provides the last of these elements, the evidence. Which suggests that cope watching cannot be understood in purely legalistic terms. It has to engage with the larger political context. In January 2009, when Oakland Transit cops forced an unarmed black man to the floor of a train platform, restrained him, and shot him in the back, the entire incident was caught on video. The murder of Oscar Grant was not recorded by trained, experienced, organized cope watch teams, but by bystanders with cell phones, who then hid the evidence from police at the scene and posted it to the internet in the hours following. The response of the authorities was quite telling: they did nothing. The response of the community was quite different. A few days after the shooting, there was a protest, which became a riot. Almost at once, the mayor issued a statement of concern. The Justice Department started a civil rights investigation. And Johannes Mesorel, the cop who shot Oscar Grant, was arrested and charged with murder. Cope watching was not enough. It took riots. Which is to say, the law is not enough, we need politics. Or, reason is not enough, it takes force. Force, here, does not always mean violence. But it does mean imposing the will of one group of people on another group, in particular, imposing the will of the community on the police. Under the logic of democracy, of course, it should go without saying that the community ought to control the police. By the logic of policing, on the other hand, the police must control the community. Democracy is unthinkable. Force does not always mean violence, but it does imply some form of attack. Specifically, attacking the things our adversaries need, or want, or care about, until it is more costly for the authorities to allow things to continue as they are than it would be to give us what we want. Typically, these attacks do not target personnel and property, but instead disrupt the usual sense of order and undermine the legitimacy of the people in charge. In practical terms, that usually means interfering with commerce and eroding public support for the government. It is with the latter, the attack on legitimacy, that cope watching becomes politically useful. All governments rule by force, and yet all governments depend, to a very large degree, on the consent, or rather, the acquiescence of the governed. The problem for the state is that the use of force always contains the danger of converting that consent into suspicion and resentment and resistance. Violence can be discrediting. Cope watching, by showing how much the state relies on force, and the kind of force it uses, and the purposes to which it is employed, exploits this weakness. It takes the state's own greatest advantage, its monopoly on violence, and turns it into its largest liability. Our best trick is to use the state's own strength against it. It is true, as I said, that cope watching was not enough to bring Johannes Mesorel to account for shooting Oscar Grant. It took riots. But the riots did not just occur because of the shooting. Police shoot unarmed black men with some regularity, and riots occur only infrequently. The incident itself was just the spark to ignite the accumulated anger of the community. And cope watching, direct observation and documentation by the community itself, helped to distinguish this incident from so many others like it. The video was not merely evidence, it was not merely proof. It was a means of communicating the horror of what happened. It was a means of spreading the pain, the anger. If the shooting was the spark and the accumulated grievances of the community were the powder keg, the video was the fuse that connected the one to the other. I spoke earlier of imposing the community's will on the police, but of course, even in the face of widespread unrest, that does not happen automatically. The community's will is not a thing that comes ready-made, just waiting to be enacted. It is, instead, always in the process of formation and decay and recomposition. And this brings us back around to the other half of politics. For politics is not only about fighting our enemies, it is also about developing our own capacities, forming alliances, building support, pushing an agenda, and creating that broad, tentative sense of direction that I referred to earlier as the will of the community. Cope watching cannot, on its own, take us very far at all. It relies on, and requires, a broader range of political action, involving large numbers of people and capable of forcing concessions from the authorities. In my experience, with several organizations doing various kinds of Cope Watch style work, this sort of public engagement has generally been the weakest element, rarely reaching beyond patrols, trainings, and propaganda of one kind or another. We have commonly done a good job of communicating our perspective to the public. At various times we've managed to discredit police leaders, to articulate nascent grievances, to put forward critiques and level demands that have changed both the discourse in the newspapers and the conversations one hears on the bus or in the bars. But we have generally not done a good job providing ways for people to participate if they don't want to go on patrol, and as I pointed out at the beginning of this talk, most people don't want to go on patrol. And even where we have projects for people besides, or between, patrols, it is usually unclear how this other work relates to the patrols. In other words, even when Cope Watch groups contribute in some way to broader campaigns, it is often unclear how this other work relates to the Cope watching, which forces us to ask, not only how does this tactic connect to our goals, but also, how do our organizations relate to this tactic? It is a mistake, I think, to define our organizations according to our tactics, though this may to some extent be implied by adopting the word Cope Watch as part of an organization's name. There is a certain analytic sense to thinking that Cope Watch groups watch the cops. It's what we do. It's what gives our organizations their distinctive character. We have to remember, though, that tactics are just tactics. They're tools, they're weapons, they're maneuvers. They are means to some end, and they have to be evaluated accordingly. There's nothing magical about them, and we shouldn't let our tactics devolve into rituals, or games, or pantomime. Our tactics, our practices, our activities need to be evaluated, in large part, according to whether and how well they help us to move closer to our goals. This implies, of course, that we have goals, and that we know what they are. So, what are our goals? Some of us want to abolish the police. We want to dismantle the entire system of cops and courts and prisons and lethal injections. Some of us have more modest aims, some set of reforms, some sense of accountability. Those folks want to strengthen the Civilian Review Board, or to end racial profiling, or to take tasers out of the cops' hands, or to make sure that killer cops are fired. That is not really, or always, a dichotomy. Many of us fall in both camps, wanting reforms now, to limit the worst abuses, while we work toward a world where cops just don't exist. In any case, it's worth noticing that our motivations point to conditions beyond the institution of policing. We want to live in a world free from racism, with more equality, and less violence, and so on. We want freedom, justice, peace, a world where our lives are our own, and a future fit for human beings to live in it. That's a tall order. It's a long war, and there is no guarantee that we will win it. What we need to be able to see, though, is how our actions today help to move us toward that better world. To understand that, we need to understand the role of the police in our present society. I've written about this question at length, so I'm not going to get too deeply into it this morning. But my main conclusion in Our Enemies in Blue is that the overall tendency in policing is to behave in ways that preserve the existing distribution of power, that protect the hierarchy, that maintain social inequality. On the whole, the police act to protect the power white people exercise over people of color, the power of men over women, the power of the native-born over the immigrant, the power of the rich over the poor. Notice that this is true at every level, From the individual officer exercising his discretion, to the commander forming strategies for deployment, to the chief setting policy, to the legislature establishing the laws that the cops enforce. And it's true historically, at the level of the institution slowly evolving over the past couple hundred years. We can see it in the period of the slave patrols, we can see it in the period of political machines. We can see it in times of crisis, like the 1930s and the 1960s. And we can see it in our present period of militarization and community policing. Policing is an inherently conservative, inherently repressive institution. The interests the cops protect are not our interests. The agenda they pursue often, without consciously realizing it, is the diametrical opposite of our agenda. And so I argued earlier that any police reform, police accountability, or police abolition effort has to be part of a larger movement for equality if it wants to succeed. But the reverse is equally true, and for many of the same reasons, any movement for equality, if it hopes to succeed, has to take action to restrain the police. As the movement develops, when it becomes a threat to the established order, a confrontation with the police becomes inevitable. The more the police are constrained by limited resources, by public opinion, by law, the better the chances of the movement surviving. Cope watching can have a dual role. We can help to organize against the police, to justify and demand and maybe even implement real constraints on their action. And we can also help in creating those broader movements necessary for our success. Cope watching can make a contribution, not only in discrediting the police, but also in delegitimizing the systems of power they represent. You can learn a lot about a society by looking at the way violence is organized within it, and in particular the types of violence it authorizes, and against whom. And so evidence of racial profiling, the systematic targeting of the homeless, the criminalization of transgender and gender nonconforming people, these tell us, not just something about policing, they also tell us about racism, capitalism, and male supremacy. The use of violence to defend inequality is doubly discrediting. It discredits the violence and the institutions using it, and it can also discredit the inequality itself. It shows how much systems of inequality rely on brutality, and so it denaturalizes them. It shows that stratification is not a fair, inevitable outcome based on inherent differences in individual character, but rather that it is a result of deliberate human action, often ugly, bloody, brutal action. Violence is something that people do to other people, and if systems of inequality rely on violence, then that shows that inequality is also something imposed, something created. Something that some people do to others. That was one of the paradoxes of the 1960s, much to the frustration of our rulers. The more they tried to repress the social movements of the day, the American Civil Rights Movement in particular, the more popular those movements became, and in part they became increasingly popular because of the repression. The attacks on peaceful protesters, the police dogs, the fire hoses, the baton charges, the occasional shooting, much of it broadcast on network TV, only increased the public's sympathy for the demonstrators and added to the pressure on the government. That violence, especially Police Chief Bull Connor's actions in Birmingham, shocked the conscience of the nation and embarrassed the government internationally. But what black people understood is that the scale of the violence might be unusual, but the violence itself was nothing new. It's how the South was governed. It's how white supremacy preserves itself, everywhere that it exists. That violence, or the threat of it, is always present, to a greater or lesser degree. But the legitimacy of our social system relies on it being, for the most part, invisible, deniable, unreported, unaccountable. And when it is reported, when it becomes visible to the public at large, it has to be misrepresented as an anomaly, an exception, an excess, another case of a few bad apples. Our job, or part of it, is finding ways to counter that minimizing narrative. And that means, as we watch the cops, as we document their misconduct, we have to use it to point, beyond this or that incident, beyond these few officers, or the policies they're following, or the laws they're enforcing. We have to point to the institution itself, and its role in our society, and the nature of that society, such that it needs that sort of violence. We can do that, but we can only do it if we refuse to back away from the most radical implications of our work. We can only do it if we situate both our work and our organizations within broad, mass-based social movements, movements pressing for equality on multiple fronts. It is in this context that we can see the real value of cope watching. But it is also in this context that we can see the enormity of the task before us. Our mission is not just to change police behavior, or even to change the police institution. Our mission is to change the world. Our demands should be an attack. 2012, 302. We are marching today with grief and anger, because the police shot and killed Alan Bluford. But not just Alan Bluford. We are marching because the police killed Mac Woodfox, Jose Buenrostro Gonzalez, Anita Gay, Oscar Grant and so many others. In a country where police kill, on average, 365 people per year one a day, and where almost a third of those people are black, when the cops shoot a young black man it cannot be treated as an accident. 303 It cannot be understood as a mistake. It is not even a crime in the ordinary sense. When the cops kill people of color, that is simply the normal operation of a racist institution in a grossly unequal society. That's the job that the police are put there to do. That role goes all the way back to the origin of the institution. The modern U.S. police are the descendants of an older body called the slave patrols. Those patrols were militia organizations responsible for keeping slaves on the plantation and, more importantly, responding to or preventing slave revolts. As the country industrialized and urbanized, the slave patrols evolved and took on the characteristics of what we now recognize as a modern police force. And, tellingly, their mission expanded not only the control of slaves, but free blacks and poor whites as well. In the 2 centuries since, the form of inequality has changed from slavery, to segregation, to legal equality masking social inequality, but the role of the police has remained remarkably constant. The police developed to control poor people and people of color, and they are still on that job today. That suggests to me, very strongly, that the racism and violence of the police are not incidental, but are inherent features of the institution. And that means, among other things, that we cannot reform our way out of our police problem. The 20th century was the century of reform. We saw progressive campaigns against municipal corruption, mid-century efforts to professionalize the police force, then the introduction of military discipline, the emergence of community policing, diversity training, and the creation of advisory boards. And as a result, the police today are better paid, better trained, better organized, better armed than at any other point in history, and they continue to act as racist thugs. That core function of preserving inequality remains very much the same. Our efforts, then, should not be directed toward fixing this institution but toward destroying it. As we make our demands and plan our campaigns, this ultimate goal must always be kept in mind. We should pursue changes that delegitimize, demoralize, discredit, and disempower the police, and which, correspondingly, energize, embolden, and empower the community. When we demand justice, let us be clear that it is not the justice of the courts and the government, but the justice that abolishes courts and government that is required. Our very demands should be a form of attack. Endnotes. 302 Speech before the Justice for Alan Bluford Campaigns March Against Racial Profiling and to End Police Brutality, Oakland, California, November 10, 2012, posted at kristianwilliams.com, November 26, 2012. Statistics have been corrected and sourced for this edition. For more on the Alan Bluford case, visit http://justicefораlanbluford.org. 303 The Bureau of Justice Statistics counts 1,095 homicides by law enforcement in the 3 years spanning 2003 to 2005. Christopher J. Mumala, Arrest-Related Deaths in the United States, 2003, 2005, United States Department of Justice, Bureau of Justice Statistics, October 2007, 1. Blacks constitute either 30% or 32% of those deaths, depending on the reporting mechanism. Mumala, arrest-related deaths, 2. Acknowledgements. Given the passage of time, it is pointless to try to recall everyone who assisted me in writing the articles collected in this volume. In addition to the librarians who aided in research, the editors who cleaned up my copy, and others who moved things along as a part of their daily jobs, thanks are also owed to numerous of my friends who reviewed early drafts. They gave freely of their time, shared their ideas, and often posed important questions, all of which benefited both my writing and my thinking. I hope that I have thanked them all in person, because here I will have to get by with a general recognition of the debt I owe. Most of all, I want to thank the past members of Rose City Copewatch, a group whose importance to my work and my life is likely obvious from the chapters assembled here. The decade in which I was a member of Copewatch was one of profound personal, political, and intellectual growth, and much of that came as a result of my participation in the organization. Rose City Copewatch's political culture was one of practical radicalism, seeking both to articulate a fundamental challenge to the structure of our society and to have a real effect on events as they unfolded. Its intellectual culture was one of continuous questioning and investigation, challenging our own ideas and searching out new and better solutions to the problems we faced. That even our disagreements always unfolded in a spirit of openness and mutual respect strikes me now as exceptional, but it was very much taken for granted at the time. Many of the lessons from my experiences with Copewatch have been incorporated into my overall thinking, and thus my writing, and in a few cases the Cops for Labor essay comes first to mind. I was writing in direct response to questions that originated within the group. Copewatch supported, encouraged, and made use of my writing and its associated skills, but never tried to make me a figurehead or treat me as the resident theorist. We theorized, strategized, inquired, and argued together, and I know my ideas benefited from my exposure to the questions, insights, and challenges of others in the group. Along the way, I gained several close friendships, often unexpectedly. Some of those friends I have lost touch with, or seldom see, others remain a close and active part of my life. But either way, it is true that the experiences we shared continue to exercise one of the strongest influences on my life, my politics, and my writing. My gratitude does not diminish, but rather deepens, with time.